Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity to work together. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I bring greetings from the School of Divinity in the University of Edinburgh, and I'm also very grateful for the Royal Society of Edinburgh, who's helped to fund some of the conference. What are we doing here? Well, I'm excited to find out. There are so many interesting papers that I'm looking forward to listening to, and I thank all of you who've come along to make this a special occasion. But it strikes those of us who've been working in this area and discussing, we've met lots of times online, that there is a obvious, to some people, connection between different faith traditions and forms of healing, health, and well-being. But it's not obvious to everyone. And indeed, in academia, we've often set out on different courses. The sciences over there and the arts and humanities over here. And increasingly, we're realizing that we need to work together, that there are some really tricky issues in our world, sometimes called wicked problems, that just don't go away. And well-being and health is one of those things that we're always working at as human beings. And the idea of this conference, in broad brush, is to bring us together from different disciplines, different faith traditions, different perspectives, to say, well, what are the concerns of our world today? What are very specific issues that we'd like to drill down into? And how may we hear each other and work together? So I'm really delighted that we have not only a good deal, a number of people who've been researching in various areas connected with faith and health, but that we also have medical specialists and religious specialists with us, because as researchers, we need always to have our ear to that expertise and also to the wider population. So I think that's enough from me. Let's get the conference underway. Thank you very much again, Dean.
Thank you so much. What is it that makes you, when you go to the medical center and see Dr. Grace, even if you don't get a Panadol, when you go home, you are okay? Faith. Spire, I normally tell you to unkuba mwaka. Thank you so much for coming. So let me take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor today, the Vice Chancellor, represented by Associate Professor James Mugisha, the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences. And we see how these things can meet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean Chazike, and the host, Dr. Isiko, Dr. Ken, Dr. Dale, Dr. Isa, as organizers. We are really indeed thrilled this morning for having put us together here. I understand we are from different countries. I might not be able to name all, but I already see Edinburgh represented here, Kenya, Dar es Salaam, Zimbabwe, Rwanda. I saw Mzuzu University. So this is really a very wonderful representation of different people from different cultural backgrounds to address the conference theme. Our substantive Vice Chancellor is on official duty away from here, and he requested me to stand in. My confidence in this field is not that very strong because I looked at faith and in health, and I know Vice Chancellor being a biologist, possibly was also dodging the theme because it has a lot of academic connotations depending on where you come from. But me being from a sister faculty, I think this is a very rare opportunity for me to come and preside over on his behalf. He requested me to thank all of you for having trusted Kyambogo to organize this conference, and is also very happy with the organizers. And he has welcomed you to Kyambogo University in a special way, especially those who have traveled from very far. And he also requested me to inform you that you should enjoy Kyambogo University in full. You can have a guided tour and take all opportunity to get to know what Kyambogo is and what the university does. Kyambogo is a big university. It is the second biggest university in Uganda, with over 35,000 children as students, and we are growing quite rapidly. Faculty of Arts and Humanities is a faculty where it has a lot of confidence, and is very, very thrilled to know that you are now leading in a leading faculty in organizing these international conferences. He informed me that he's very glad because this gesture improves the rating of our university as Kyambogo, and is willing to support in whatever way possible to continue keeping this spirit to grow. He also indulged me to remind other faculties to do the same so that we can improve the visibility of the university. He took interest in the conference presentations by the different people, and he was very excited about the themes or the topics that people are going to discuss, and they are very compelling to read. And to him, as a researcher, as a scientist, he saw a lot of merit in identifying with you and the theme of the conference. On my own behalf, I studied Theology, and I worked in the health sector for the last 25 years. And I got interested in this song that was presented by Dr. Isiavidi's student. Mother, how are you today? And if we just begin from there, the concept motherhood is universal. We all have mothers. But there's also a context to it. For example, in my field, and the field that relates to this conference theme, we believe that if a mother dies of suicide and the father dies of suicide, the mother is more lenient to the children and those that are around them as compared to the father. So it's likely that the mother will not haunt her own children, but the father can easily do it. I'll elaborate this tomorrow more. And this is something that has to do with how we deal with our rituals related to suicide. So you'll find that people spend a lot of money, a lot of resources concentrating to deal with the suicide of the father as compared to a suicide of a mother. Because the father traditionally is known to be a tormentor. Those are issues of faith, but also issues of what? Of health. Africa is very, very rich when it comes to our cultural heritage and faith issues. If I look at the writings on Biti says wherever there is an African, there is also his God. When you go to the market, when you're around the house, to the garden, you move with your God. I don't think there's any African, let me use a crude word, unless you are careless, who does not believe in something above the transcendent. above you. We all believe in it, and that influences our faith, and that influences our health. Africans pray for food all the time. Africans pray for water, even a glass of water. Some of us take it lightly. And whenever we sit for a journey or go to a car, we always pray for journey mercies. We pray so many times a day, at night, in the morning, at lunchtime, in the evening. And we relate a lot with the sun and the moon as representatives of God. Even our namings, many of our names have meaning. Like mine, Mujisha, luck. I don't know what Professor Charles your name means. What Dr. Jambo your name means. You can be kind. Dr. Aspire, you can be kind and tell me. Evening, you're here. In Angola, where I come from, most of our names have meaning. But also, most of these meanings relate to God and faith. Now, Africa is very endowed with so many rituals and ritual sites. I think, like the way I saw in Nepal, we might be having thousands of gods and millions of ritual sites, as rivers, mountains, valleys, trees, animals. So that is a very rich heritage that creates a foundation for faith. But now my concern as an academician, and that's what I will expound tomorrow, is the underrepresentation, and she was trying to allude to it, of faith and health literature in our academics. Some of us who have spent a lot of time writing about these matters, we are not popular. I remember one time when I was writing about ritualization and suicide, I met a doctor like my brother there. I asked me, will you be promoted to be a professor with those writings? Faith and health, or faith discourse, is deemed to be soft academics, not hard academics. Hard academics is molecular science, clean studies. And when I go to the medical fraternity, they say, Mujisha, you try to write, but try to write hard science. Try to write hard what? Science. But when I see all of you converging here, then I say revival. That we are going to occupy the due space that we deserve. And I know that the human being has different dimensions: the social, the spiritual, and the biological. As biology continues to dominate, we also need to pull our strides higher and occupy our due space. Now, as I summarize, because I know we have a lot to talk about, visibility becomes a problem even when we organize conferences. And I commend this group, because this one is already evidence, and possibly that's why we are going to make tomorrow rich public presentations that we can summarize into a compendium. And we say we have a compendium on health and what? And health, faith and health, in a conference organized at Kyambogo University on such and such a day. Such piece of work put together can improve our visibility. But still, as I've alluded to in my remarks, it is still difficult. It's still difficult to find space for such work in the so-called high-impact journals. I've tried many times, and then the common response is that we might not have such leadership. Could you try an African journal? Could you try some? When they say African journal, they are very generous. Could you try a relevant journal? And we know that if we are to project science, we also have to mind about the readership. How many people read our work? This is a struggle that me and you have to join if we are to improve our visibility. But it is very possible if we combine our energies the way we've done in a multidisciplinary fashion and try and put our research questions together and write out academic theses or work of high impact and occupy the space that we really deserve. The other thing that I wanted to end with is again the attitude towards this kind of work that we are doing, that we need to navigate. I've been looking at the recent calls in health. Again, the focus is on what they think is hard science. And when I do culture and suicide research, I was in Switzerland and someone was asking me, Mujisha, you are brave. How do you ever get funding for such work? Your work, does it have any effect size? How do we believe that faith works? The conclusion I have is that there's a very clear meaning about faith and health. There is a very clear meaning about being healthy. And people think health is only absence of disease, but not the other dimensions. But we feel in a very under-researched area that creates a holistic human being. And we know very well today, if our director there is going to be truthful, I think there are so many agitations to have faith-based institutions represented in hospitals, in terms of mosques, in terms of churches, and in terms of other symbols. That means that the medical people have failed to understand or have failed to monopolize the space. The hospital where I work most, Botanical Hospital, they are in the process of having identifying space for the Muslims to build a mosque, and also the Protestants also to build a church. That means that we are into a situation of recognition, but it is at the same time at its infancy. In the medical field also, we've now seen faith getting in some of our assessment instruments. And that means that at least there's some starting. Without talking too much, I once again thank the organizers, and I also once again thank all of you who have traveled and endeavored to be here. I thank the faculty and the departments under it for having put up such a thrilling morning. With all those remarks, I want to declare that our 2025 Faith and Health Conference open.
Thank you so much, Professor Mugisha, for those remarks representing the Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to work a little bit quickly because we are being caught up by time. We are going to have a photo moment. After here, Dr. Deo Panamwanji will lead us where we're supposed to have that photo moment. We shall do it quickly, and then when we come here, we shall go for our tea break, which we shall also take for a very short time of around 15 minutes. So we are likely to have a sandwich, a blend of working tea and tea time when that time comes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we started, other dignitaries got in. I have the honor to introduce Reverend Father Anthony Musuvire, Archivist Rubaga, the Archdiocese of Kampala. Father, you're most welcome. I also have the honor to introduce Shel Isha Bilali, a Quranic healer. You're most welcome. Without wasting a lot of time, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to hand over to Dr. Deo Kanamwanji to lead us to the photo moment.
Thank you, Kenneth. We are going to have the photo moment in front of this building. And I think you can walk there. What do you want me to add?
Yes. Dear guests, please let us move without taking a lot of time. Time is not our best ally. Let us follow Dr. Deo wherever he's going. The cameraman, please. The cameraman with your camera.
Today, here is enough. I'm your daughter. With me, everything is okay. How are you today? Mother, don't worry, I'm I with me, everything is okay. How are you today?
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones that toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. There's a time we remember. When I believed in forever, and everything will stay the same. Now my heart feels like December when somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. everything gonna be alright. Only the still say, hey, here's to the ones that we get. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back memories, bring back memories, memories, bring back your. There's a time I remember when I never was lost, and I felt the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feels like an ember, and it's like I'll carry stories for you, but you know I never try. What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back into time.
This is DJ Zero Pro UG, the Wheels King. A DJ with magic hands, which makes you dance to the tunes. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Zero DJs. Blowing me up in the tears away. I need your arms to hold me down. The night's so kind. Bring back those nights when I held you beside me. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Uncross when you walked out the door. God, my life. Uncry these tears. Cry to die. Unbreak my heart. My farewell goodbye to my life. Only me hear these tears. Come and kiss the day away. I can't forget the mirror. I'm so kind. Life is so cruel without it. So here is not me.
Hello, hello. Dear delegates, you're welcome from the photo moment. Our tea is ready. Please quickly join the queue and get your cup of tea so that you're able to save time. Thank you.
Show world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, presence, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, river sideways and under, on a magic carpet ride, my whole future. Until fantastic point of view, no one to tell or where to go, or share your own dream. A dazzling place I never knew, but now from where you be, it's crystal clear. And now I'm in a whole world. You on both sides. Indescribable feeling, soaring down the freeway through that tempest dark sky. You can't your right. Just better, right like a shooting star. I've come so far, I can't go back to where I gave us to when new since to true. I'll chase me everywhere. There's time to spare. Let me share this whole world.
Hey Uganda, this is Joey Landa, your African girl. Guess what? I'm with the baddest DJ. DJ Zero Pro UK from Swag Zero DJs Entertainments. You're right. You're right. Come on. For you to touch, all you have to do is have some magic tape. Oh yeah. Don't make this too wide. Oh, you can make it fall. All you have to do is believe when you pray. And you will see the morning will come. And every day will be bright as the sun. All of your feelings cast them on me. I just want you to sing. I'll be your fountain star. I'll be your shoulder when I hear your voices when you call me. I am your angel, and we're always gonna be. No matter how far you are, the it makes no difference. You are, I am your angel, your angel. I saw your teardrops and I heard you cry. All you need is time. Seek me and you shall find. You, you have everything. Is this alright? It don't have to be this way. Let me show you a better day.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tea breaks on.
The sun.
Everything faster, faster. People are deciding to people. We are trying to save time. We are trying to save time.
Just let you walk away. Just let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath with you. You're the only one who really knew me. Yeah.
How can you just walk away from me when all I can do is watch you hate? Cause we share the pain, and we even share the tears. You're the only one who really know me the most. Take a look at me now. There's just an empty space. There's nothing left to have. Just a memory of the face. So take a look at me now. There's just an empty space. And you coming back to me is a kiss that lasts, and that's what I've got there. Well, try to just make you turn around. Turn around to me. There's so much I need to see. So many such wide. You're the only one who really knew me at all. Take a look at me now. There's just empty space. There's nothing left to do. Just a memory of face. Take a look at me now. I'm still on the wall. How could this be? You're not here with me. You never said goodbye. Someone tell me why did you have to go? We're so cold. Everything you see, I ask myself, how did I spend it? Was in my answers. You know,
Ladies and gentlemen, and I am sure we are enjoying our tea. Let's enjoy it. In the next 3 minutes, I will be switching program, a working tea. In the next 3 minutes. So please get settled, avoid a lot of movements. Get your cup of tea and sit in one place. Because in the next 3 minutes, I will be switching to a working tea.
I need your hand, then forever cannot begin. Think myself up in a space. Yeah, and say, you are alone.
the tears, and the words you left behind. If only you could hear my heart just one more time. Even when I close my eyes, there's an image of your face. And once again I come to realize you're a loss I can't replace. So let out, it's a walking down the streets of Livingstonia. When I was young and free, can't believe this world that you played. It has come to be. I'll keep picking up everything for the same. 'Cause I can still the voice inside of me, and the story tells you where I'm gone. Why did you think so? Why did you weren't the
Yeah.
angels every lives on? Oh, why did you go along to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for enjoying the tea. I'm sure you're enjoying it. And for the Catholics, remember it today is a day of obligation. Catholics have to fast. But this fast varies. You may take something light. I'm not trying to set rules. I'm just reminding you. A day of obligation for fasting in the Catholic Church. Only 2 days are obligatory. This day and Good Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure few other dignitaries have jetted in. We shall come to recognize them as we come to know them. But please, I have the honor to welcome a gentleman of so many accolades. I will use a few of them. I have the honor to introduce to you His Royal Eminence, Professor Prince Wasaja Kiwanuka from the University of Kigali, Rwanda, who joined us. In the meantime, we are having tea, and he will be one of our panelists who's going to give us a talk during this conference. And actually today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure now it's time for a working tea. Let us transform into a working tea. May I request you to move slowly with your cups of tea and join the front rows and queues, please. May I please request you to move with your cups of tea and take up the front queues, because the long-awaited moment of academic exchange is about to begin. And I can assure you, you are going to have 2 days of loaded academic discourses on the topic of good health and well-being, the intersection of faith and healing practices in East Central Africa. Get ready to engage, get ready to participate, so that we can have every idea, every philosophy we need during this conference. His Royal Highness came in with Miss Nakalanzi Nakaima, who is a priestess. She has just gone out, but I think she's going to come back. So she came together with His Royal Highness to grace our occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me set the ball rolling as I invite Dr. Ojambo, Head of Department of History and Heritage Studies, who is going to chair our first keynote today. Dr. Jambo, I have the honor to invite you to lead us through the coming session.
Yeah, thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth, for giving me this opportunity. You have given me a very huge task, but I hope I will manage. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to take 1 hour. And remember, we were supposed to begin at 10:30. Unfortunately, it is 10:45. So we are 15 minutes late. And therefore, we must recover that time. May I once again request that the people behind there in the dining room come to the conference room. I request that the people in the dining room slope to the conference room. So as Mr. MCR said, this is going to be a working tea. As you have been told, my name is Robert Ojambo. I'm a teacher in the Department of History, Theology and Heritage at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, where I serve. This morning, I have the honor to chair this keynote. I would have called it an address. He will tell us what it is, whether it is a lecture, speech, or address, but something related to that. We have a versatile human being. This man is a director, is a surgeon by training, and a spirituality healer. So it is normally very rare to find such people. He first studied as I was talking, he first studied surgery. He went and did a master's in medical health, public health. This man later went and did a PhD in indigenous medicine from Malawi University. He is a director, as I've said, and he has been healing people traditionally from 1978. So he's a traditional healer as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has collaborated and worked with a number of organizations, some of them founded by himself. For example, he founded the Institute of Traditional Medicine. He has served as a board member on the National Drug Authority of Uganda. He has worked, or is a member of the indigenous HIV/AIDS community based in Canada. He is a traditional and modern health practitioner against HIV/AIDS. He works with the National Integrated Forum for traditional health practitioners in Uganda. He is a traditional healthcare spiritualist with the major interest in promoting traditional medicine in its totality. Those are just some of them. As I told you, we don't have time to list all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Dr. Yahaya Hills Tadhali Sekaja. Dr. Sekaja is going to give us a talk on the philosophical basis of traditional healthcare among Baganda spiritualists in Buganda. Very interesting. Fortunately, because it would have really been unfortunate, I have not read his presentation. So I am going to be consuming like you will do. So I have nothing to talk about it. But I know after the presentation, we are going to have an engagement. So, in terms of how we divide the time, looking at how the man is versatile, I have decided, and you have no power to reject, I'm going to give him 40 minutes to present whatever he wants to say to us. Then we shall have 20 minutes of engaging with him. Why? Engagement here will only be 20, but it will continue until when you want to stop it. So the engage will only continue for 20 minutes, but it's going to be there forever. Because remember, the man is a spiritual healer. You may need his services. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting a lot of time, may I launch Dr. Sekaja to the podium to present his talk. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Chair, the conference organizers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a keynote presentation. Yes. And we are looking at the basis of traditional healthcare. And this time, it's with the spiritualists. Abarubare. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to make this keynote presentation, but I'm equally challenged to talk about medical traditions in Africa that you are aware are mystical and controversial. I even quote him. And this system, which is considered very unscientific, full of quackery, is less understood, less documented. They say the religious people
that annoyingly it is associated with witchcraft. So, which ends up the practitioners and the system is demonized. It is considered illegal. It's unregulated. Its practitioners criminalized and in most cases imprisoned. That is the topic I'm addressing. I was inspired into this because I began years. I could see you, know your problem, give you remedies, and they would work. So by then, I appreciated that when I went to medical school and learned medicine, I appreciated that, what was healing in me was not my knowledge. Something in me was using me to heal. Because I wasn't using my logic then. I didn't even know the plant. I had never even known how to make a diagnosis. So how could I be healing? So something in me was responsible for my healing. And that, after the medical school, inspired me to join an organization called Prometra, which was to promote medical traditions. We have different medical traditions. And in that way, when I became a cultural leader at a Mutuba level, in Uganda we have cultural leadership, I'm at a Mutuba level. At that level, as a cultural leader, I was really interacting with patients, many patients, who came my way. They couldn't be managed using Western medicine. They couldn't even be managed using herbal medicine. But we could manage them using rituals, cultural approach to health. And then that inspired me into saying, are these cultural approaches part of public health? And in that way, I said, no, I should do a master's in public health to see if the cultural approaches to health are included in public aspects of public health. And my research, by then I was interacting with hospice and palliative care associations. And during that time, I had appreciated that many patients under palliative care were using traditional ways of healing, traditional methods. And I was interested in what are the factors influencing them, patients under palliative care, to use traditional medicine. But now, during the defense of my proposal for the factors influencing the use of traditional medicine, I was challenged that the system I want to study is illegal in Uganda. Traditional medicine was illegal in Uganda, and I want to study that or promote that. Yeah, it was a bit of a hurdle, and I was at Bugema University, a faith-based. So they couldn't tolerate witchcraft, spirituality, but finally I succeeded and I defended my proposal and did it. But when I graduated, I found that since I was told that traditional medicine was illegal, and my interest was to defend traditional medicine in its totality, I was challenged again. How would we influence traditional medicine to become a legal entity in the country? I had been part of the stakeholders pushing for traditional and complementary medicine bill. It had taken more than 15 years with no further step. We had reached the parliament many times and they said no. So what I did, I decided to go and do law at Law Development Center. And during my law course, I was interested in the process of having a system legalized. And my research was on that. Fortunately, when I qualified, I was appointed to be part of the National Drug Authority as a body member. And with my background, legal background, I was the chairman of the legal committee. That helped me in my position to really push National Drug Authority to make it understand, with the support of the chairman then, Dr. Honorable Bitekerezo. He did a lot, and the law was passed within 2 years. So in 2019, the president ascended to the law. But while we were at the National Drug Authority, the appreciation was there was no literature to defend whatever we wanted to say. Even when we reached Parliament, there was lack of literature. So I said, okay, my major focus now should be on provision of literature. I set up the Institute of Traditional Medicine because of what I had experienced at Bugema, the hurdles about those systems. I said, no, we shall do research within this institute, Dr. Sekaja Institute of Traditional Medicine. But as I started, I realized that to have peer-reviewed things, I didn't have the right qualifications. So I had to go and do my PhD, which I have just completed. And then I was given, I had earlier on been given spiritual responsibilities at a global level. That was 23, when I was at least given that assignment. But when I saw the conference that Eastern Central Africa, and this is an area which is very rich with diverse cultural heritages, I became interested. How many tribes do we have in Eastern Central Africa? I realized we have more than 2,000 tribes, and each tribe has its own medical tradition. This became very interesting. I said, now, and those are the tribes in summary. So I said, okay, we are trying to explain disease, but mainly the major focus has been dominated by the medical, biological, Western explanations of disease. I said, no, but disease can be explained either way. My focus is on the spiritual, cultural aspect of disease. And we lacked very good explanations there. So I set up to do my PhD study with the focus of having the spiritual, cultural aspect. And I will dwell slightly on my PhD focus, on PhD study. I went in to deeply understand and possibly critically analyze the philosophical basis of traditional healthcare. I was interested in the concepts and beliefs among Barubare. Barubare are the people who use ancestral spirits to manage diseases. I wanted to specifically to explore the concepts that describe health, illness, and disease. Because with my 2 foot in Western medicine and traditional medicine, I realized we talk about health, but we mean different things. And the Western trained doctors are not aware of what actually traditional healers refer to as health. And that one makes referral very difficult. Even integration becomes a challenge. And I also wanted to examine the belief systems that influencing the traditional healthcare practices. And then, if you are deciding how do you, based on, as a traditional healer, a patient has come in, how do you decide which method to use? in the healing process for a particular patient. Then the hurdle came in to get the appropriate conceptual framework. Because here I am, my study is with the spirits, ancestral spirits, and now with ancestral spirits, there is no linear flow as required in the conceptual framework, the dependent and independent variables. It became a very big challenge. But engaging ancestral spirits, the nearest conceptual framework that fitted was the galaxy outlay. And I engaged the galaxy outlay to really display how the ancestral spirits are utilized in healing. These major spirits in healing were Emizimu. Emizimu are the spirits of the dead. And I tell you, in the next 50 years, most of you will be spirits of the dead. So, how shall we, or how will the people engage your spirits to tap into your expertise to continue? Then the Mayembe, the worker spirits, how are they engaged in healing? And then the Misambwa, the mystical ancestral spirits, Misambwa. These Misambwas were really, they are the major key in healing. They play a very big role. And they were categorized into three. Majorly, Emirangira, the royal spirits, Emirubare, Emirunyanja, the water-related spirits, and the dryland spirits. And they are using material such as living things and non-living things in the healing process. And also the nanomaterials such as fire, sacred places, energy of places, and also the celestial bodies like sun, moon, and all of that. And they go through all those processes for divination, ritual cleansing, ritual baths, scarifications, and amulets. Ebyawongo. Ebyawongo are very, very significant aspects in healing. But then, that aspect really made me appreciate how the WHO defined traditional medicine. That traditional medicine in its totality is the total sum of knowledge, skills and practices based on beliefs and experiences indigenous to different cultures. Whether we are able to explain that or not, that doesn't matter, provided it is used to maintain health. And specifically, the WHO does not talk about disease, but talks about illnesses. I said, this is the difference. Why are they stressing illness, not disease this time? And indeed, the practitioner is a person recognized by the community. That was very significant. Recognized by this community as somebody competent. In my research, I will not go into the methodology, but it was a detailed methodological approach. And I also got the consent, clearance from Buganda Kingdom and the Traditional Healers Associations. And some of those I'm fasting for today. Yes. And these are my study participants with the regalia and the artifacts. Very instrumental in healing. Ebyawongo. Very instrumental in healing. So, let me go towards the findings. Within the concept describing health, illness, and disease, what's describing good health, obulamu obulungi? Illness was olumbe, and disease was obulwadde. Olumbe, obulwadde, and good health. Next was good health, obulamu obulungi. The healers insisted you cannot claim to have good health if you don't have a relationship with your ancestors. Very, very significant to them. While in the Western medicine, good health we mainly refer to the physiological and biological health. And we look at the body or mubiri and the mental. But also somehow the traditional healers are very detailed in the non-physical health, where they look at psychological health. For them they say ebirowoozo, behavioral health, empisa, soul or mwoyo, and spirit, ememe. And to them, those are the aspects that are significant in healing, while medicine addresses the physical and biological health. They also continue to add that if you can't afford the basic human needs, shelter and all of that, you cannot also claim to be mu bulamu obulungi. And also, bw'oba tolina mukisa, obulamu obulungi is also not very, very easy for you. And many others. N'atazadde obulamu obulungi ebuyingirawo nnyo. Then, I'm trying to manage my time. Here, I will do the needful. Then, the significance was really within the illness and disease that attracted my interest. That obulwadde, disease, for them, there were major three issues. The root causes, what the disease and the illness primarily affect, and the management processes. Obulwadde, mainly, the root causes are organisms, macro and micro, physiological changes, and physical damage. Yet for Olumbe, the root causes are ancestral spirits, cultural issues, and witchcraft. Disease primarily affects the body structures, their organisms and tissues, and their physiological damage or changes, physiological functions. And yet, Olumbe affects, that illness affects the soul, spirit, and morals. And the management process, therefore, for disease, for Olumbe, is to remove the causative agent through use of ancestral spirits, rituals and ceremonies, symbols and symbolism, living and non-living things, and also non-materials. Yet for disease, we give medicine to kill the disease-causing organisms, and possibly we do surgery to remove the damaged parts. For the beliefs, the healers I went to, they mostly they have natural spirits and ancestral spirits. I was not engaging with, mainly, I did not engage with the natural spirits. I did not engage with those who are using natural spirits, abarutansozi, were not my study participants. I wanted those engaging ancestral spirits, abarubale. And within the abarubale, I also found that waliyo lubaala asamirwa ne lubaala atasamirwa. So for me now, I was interested in lubaale asamirwa. So out of the whole research area, I went only to the last capit. So there is a lot to do in the Murubale asamirwa. We have the mayembe, mizimu, and misambwa. Within the misambwa, we have those, as I explained, the non-royal dryland spirits, royal spirits, and the water-related ancestral spirits. And the major ones are on your right are the ones highlighted to participate more in the healing processes. And the healers also believe that there are materials with spiritual healing powers, living things and non-living things. animals, birds, reptiles, insects, plants, all those are used in healing, whereby you can get, for example, in sanafu, just to hold it and you get its therapeutic effect. And or a plant, you go and just sit near a plant, other than taking a herbal medicine with, mainly for herbals, we use to take in. But within this use of ancestral spirits, you don't need to take in. You only go near a plant and you get a therapeutic effect. Currently, we are using a modified biofeedback to measure the energy levels, and it is very impressive. They also believe that nanomaterials have spiritual healing powers, and in this, the power of words, prayer and words. Prayer actually do help a lot in healing. And also the words, okulamiriza. Okulamiriza has a lot of therapeutic impact. Rituals, rhythm in music, movements are also have significant therapeutic effects. And there has been a lot of study about rhythm and their therapeutic effect. Ancestral spirits, I have mentioned that. So the basics of the philosophical basis is rooted in the root causes of illness and disease, the traditional management, and the process of becoming a spiritualist. That one is already explained. You can allow me to continue. The root causes, also there is an elaborate on the root causes. I'll just highlight a few. One in blue of harmonization. Okutereza lubaale. You can become sick as an individual, as a family, as a community, at a cultural level. And then the whole requirement is that you need kutereza lubaale. You go and harmonize the spirituality, and then the illnesses that have been affecting the whole family gets relieved. At times, cultural issues, we have, as one of the professors said, we have names, but tetwezula, we don't know what actually our names mean. You are Chiwanuka, you are Musoke, you are Dungu. You get tormented because of that name. Now, what you really need to do is not to take paracetamol to relieve pain, but to actually understand your mission in life. And that one would lead a lot of therapeutic processes for you. And the good part about it, once you understand your part in life, you are relieved, you, your family, and future generations, at least 3 generations. Many of us are suffering because our parents became so religious that they undermined the cultural aspects of our things. Then witchcraft, and I tell you, out of all of those, no hospital approach will help you. When you have ancestral spirits, you go, I'm a medical doctor, so we don't have x-rays or diagnostic processes to really diagnose that these are ancestral spirits. But in the traditional system, when you come from Inga Nkubo Mweso, yes, this is here. So, and witchcraft, we cannot still diagnose witchcraft in the medical setup, but traditional medicine, traditional diagnostic divination ways we can easily identify. We also identify whether witchcraft is out of ensarwa, envy, whether it's out of fitina, jealous, or out of Rikolimo, curses. All those determine the management of that witchcraft. And so the management processes, Yeah, it is detailed, but all the essence there is to show that the system is systematic. Traditional healthcare system is systematic, very, very systematic. It's not haphazard. You don't just haphazardly choose the management process. No, it is very systematic. And that systematism is trained. When undergoing training as a traditional healer, you go through a process of training. And not everybody, my chair, you will not just become a healer if you want. No, you must have indicators and anointments which are identified by others, and they say, yes, you qualify. And when you qualify, they go and explore your ancestral spirituality, and after that, you go into training. My training took 10 years, and I haven't really qualified to the level that I should be, that my ancestors want me to be. So, also the training is as detailed as you see it there. You do how to communicate with ancestral spirits, rituals and ceremonies, exploration and connectivity with the sacred places, with non-material, how you connect to the sun and tap into the healing energy, to the moon. And in our actual traditional medicine, we take the days of birth as very significant, and the season. When it was a full moon and you were born during a full moon, there are many rituals we can do during a full moon to really heal you. Chairman, you are cheating me 5 minutes. I'm timing it here. Okay. Yes. Now, sacred places. We take many people to sacred places, can be man-made or natural. I inserted that photo. That patient was accompanied by those whites. They came initially. I had treated one. In fact, that was my founder. She came just to supervise the funding she had given me. I appreciated she had a problem. I shared with her. She said, you could treat me. I managed to treat her. I got the next funding for 3 years because I had managed to treat her. Then her boss was actually having primary infertility. She had failed to conceive. She brought her. They came to supervise another project. And within that project, we went to Tanda. Tanda is a cultural place. And we only did rituals. 3 months later, she became pregnant. I got grant from Fund Foundation for 10 years. Up to when the president of the Ford Foundation then said, but who is that one? They had to come and visit me in my forest. The whole executive. I got another extended funding for 1 year. So now the discussion reveals that actually health is not a universal concept. And the differences between illness and disease, much as they are contested, but they are there. We need to contextualize the indigenous way of understanding health and its management. The United Nations encourage indigenous people to maintain, to control, to develop their own health, medicine practices, and culture expressions. And this would serve us very much. And it is very interesting when universities like this one come up to embrace traditional medicine in its totality. Divination. It is through divination that we can really establish the health status of individuals, and also distinguish between the illnesses as I have expressed. Scarification amulets, ebyawongo are very, very significant for us. Okay. In conclusion, I have really labored to make sure that the establishment of understanding of using of ancestral spirits in healthcare can be done. What described disease and illness, though closely related, are distinctly different according to the healers. Ancestral spirits influence health and its management. Spiritual powers are contained in the material and non-material. And also spiritual healers undergo detailed, informal, structured training. The root causes of illness determine its management. The study actually implies that and the use of ancestral spirits in healthcare, ladies and gentlemen, it is real. And the researchers can amplify this. Policymakers have a lot to learn, and also to learn about traditional medicine. The practitioners can document and formalize their informal, structured and informal training, apprenticeship and practice. And to the general public, the rational use of ancestral spirits in healthcare can actually be established. We recommend researchers to really go into the non-explicable aspects of traditional medicine or African medical traditions. Policymakers to put in context the meaning and use of words, beliefs, and methods. And also, universities should establish transdisciplinary studies for nanomaterial with therapeutic potentials. These, if we want to study traditional healers and their ability to heal, it's not any single discipline that can embrace us. But if you engage us in transdisciplinary studies beyond disciplines, we can be studied properly. Our next step, I really want to develop a theory of ancestralization in healthcare. I don't know if I would call it Dr. Sekaja's theory of ancestralization. I will put it to you. We have done a few publications in that regard. It's not easy, as the keynote address, the chair, the vice chancellor said, it's not easy to make publications. And I have a project I'm engaged in, which now we want to see the role of museums. Many people visit the museum. How? Because of different perspectives. We want to put traditional medicine in the museum, such that when you come to visit the museum, you can also be introduced traditional health cares. The role of museums as agents of change. But interesting also is the role of traditional medicine in palliative care. My dear brothers and sisters, we are all potential patients for palliative care, where we can, or hospice, where the medical, Western medicine will no longer be of help, but alternative care to be providing the hope. So our attempt, I'm ending, sir, our attempt is that traditional health care is a pot like with many holes. That system to become functional, to serve us Africans like a pot did, the pot held water. Traditional medicine sustained African life for millennia, but it has many holes. Some are intentionally put, but it will be our contribution to contribute only one finger to fix into that hole. And if everybody plays his role in fixing with one finger, please say it with me, one finger, please play your role in your discipline to make our healthcare system serve us honorably.
Tanzire waffe. Thank you very, very, very much. Yes, please. I hand over to you, sir. Thank you so much. Please, a thunderous hand clap for our presenter. You can take up your seat here for a while as we move. Thank you so much. I want to sit near you because the best thing you have done is that you have announced that I will start my training in that area. And all those who have been joking with me, you are now in trouble. He did explain health care, and he did show how that can affect life. The area that he has not yet explored so much is how can we use that to attack our enemies. That is the area that I'm very, very interested to use that spirituality to attack our enemies. And that would be very interesting, so that when guys come here with their guns, we just use our spirituality and they work on them. I would be very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, just these are leading things. I have right now an uncle who is lying in state. In other words, is not breathing. And therefore, I was discussing with one of my elder uncle, and he told me that this man has been killed by Olumbe in our language. I didn't know the difference between Obulwadde and Olumbe. Now, when he explained right now this morning, it coincided with the explanation that I was given by my uncle. In our language, we call what he called Obulwadde Obulwaye. So he told me that that one heals. Disease heals. When a person is attacked by a disease, it heals. But when you are attacked by Olumbe, you die. And therefore, we should struggle to avoid the second one. The disease, no problem. Now, the nickname of my father was Olumbe. So I asked him why. That explanation will come later because I don't have a lot of time. Number two, he has explained very carefully, and he said healing is different from witchcraft. That is the biggest argument that I've had with the people. There is healing and witchcraft. But in his explanation, he said they can fight witchcraft. Therefore, sir, my first question, can you fight witchcraft? Yes. Can you fight witchcraft when you are not a witch yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, with that preamble, now we have about 18 minutes to deal with this matter. And I would like somebody to assist me to move the microphone. When I give you a microphone, just mention your name and what you want to say in a minute. Because you see the heads here, very many. I'll give each one of you a minute. Don't start another lecture. Start with the spire there. So switch on the microphone.
Yeah? Thank you, Dr. Sak. Interesting keynote. One thing, looking at your name, the first name, Yahya, I'm just curious, I'm not really to challenge you. Have you been able to reconcile these other beliefs and practice? There are these other beliefs
he says that
It seems the spirits don't want me to ask the question. Yeah, have you managed to reconcile these beliefs, research, and the practice in traditional healing with your Islamic beliefs? That's if you still hold them. Have you found any tensions, any contradictions, and how do you manage that? And second, when you say that you engage in your omweso checking, those things which are thrown on the ground to be able to tell what the problem is, are you able to account for what happens in that process? Like, what exactly helps you to be able to tell or to read what you see on the ground? Or what is on the ground is just a performance to prepare you to say what you already wanted to say? Thank you.
okay, that is Spire Sentongo. Yes, there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have just a simple question regarding to your explanation about struggles to register the traditional medicine. So my simple question is, why, or can you explain to us from your experience why it becomes a struggle in Africa to recognize traditional medicine when people, those who are practicing in the Western medicine and the biomedical medicine as a tradition, they tend to combine. I'm not just giving an example of you who is an African, but in Malawi we have two medical doctors born in UK, educated in UK, came to treat people in Africa, and later on they resorted now to use traditional medicine. And the question I have is, why is it a problem in Africa where people have lived with the same kind of tradition, treatment for a long time, and yet our policymakers and others are resisting? Why?
Name.
My name is Kochiteta Mapala from Malawi.
Mapala. Yes, to take to him there. Remember, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I discovered 3 contradictions in your presentation. One, you said at the age of 7 to 10, you are able to tell the sickness and then heal. Along the way, you said you are initiated. In the conclusion, you said spiritual healers go through structured training. So those 3 are contradiction. Number 2, you also said that there is a difference between traditional healers and spiritual healing. And actually, that's where I also have a problem. I don't have a problem with traditional healers. Traditional healers meaning they use herbs. Spiritual meaning they use spirits. So I'm curious to ask, at the age of 7 to 10, when you are able to look at a person and tell his sickness, don't you think that was God-given gift, the Creator? But because of ignorance at that time, you are misled to think it is the spirits, and therefore you took the wrong route.
Thank you very much. Nicholas, come here to this lady here.
Thank you, Dr. Yahaya, for a very stimulated and animated presentation. My question to you is on the patient you treated for infertility. If the patient had a medical diagnosis for how you you're able to treat other women, men, because the infertility situations are.
Thank you. Name. He wants.
Sorry. I think Dr. Yahaya knows my name, but I'm called
Sabrina.
Thank you.
Okay. The last 2 questions, because we want to answer these ones first. Let's see, start from here. He saw this one first. 1 minute, remember?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Professor Wasaja Kiwanuka. And first of all, I want to thank you for this. I don't know which better words to use, but it was overdue. People needed to know. The question I wanted to ask is,
relating to the Sekaja Institute. I would have wanted to know, and maybe other people are interested and reached, to know the courses that are taken and how it is structured. What are these very key and important topics that we are going to deal with when somebody subscribes, and what kind of qualifications come from that side? Part of what you have said again, you have looked at the healing, and this is where there is a complex part of it. There is the healing and under the medical side, if I can let it be like that. But there is also the divinity complete, which we are going to hear about, and that is where maybe part of what the questions are being asked on how God comes into the spiritual part, the traditional spirituality in its entity. Yes, there is that part also. It talked about Avaluta Sozi and Avaluta Nyanja. That is a discussion we shall have later on with me in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Take to her. And we stop there, that young man. That will be that for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Sekaja. My name is Victoria Vakurumpagi. Despite the name, I'm not a Muganda. I first came across the word, didn't I forget the name?
Luvale.
Yeah, let me explain what happened. I had just shifted to a place, then storms came and started hitting my house, right? And then they brought a name, they said, this is Ibiawongo. Can you please define what is Ibiawongo? How can they be treated? I got puzzled. It seemed I had jumped in a culture I could not understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The young man here, we are stopping there. Yes, give him the microphone.
Thank you so much.
Your name?
My name is Amanya Kenneth from Makerere University. Last semester at our university, the whole university converged to see someone defending his PhD in witchcraft. Anyway, from Zimbabwe, I don't know, but the whole university, it was almost like a university public holiday, everyone converged. So when our lecturers finished that session, they came telling us about what they saw in the seminar, what they learned. And my question now goes to this man, who has actually presented
Dr. Sekaja.
Dr. Sekaja, thank you, has presented on exactly what was the key on that day. What is our take, our parents in the village who are seriously running those ancestral houses of those ancestral houses, which they call maybe demonic. And you have said we have seen them healing some people. We have seen them do some wonders. What is your say? What should we tell them? Should we maintain or we should continue banning them?
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So, Doctor, you have 5 minutes and you can answer from there. Can you get us the microphone? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for the questions. They are tough questions, and I would like to attempt. The first question was, can you really manage witchcraft when you are not a witch? The best people who know how to kill are doctors. But because of ethical issues, they are the best to prevent healing. Indeed, witchcraft, I know it. I know it. And I use it for the good purpose. And I use it to heal. Because tosobola kupangulula muntu nga tomanyi bwe bagipanga. Oba tosobola kugipanga nga tomanyi bwe bagipangulula. But this is when ethics come in a lot
and at play. Traditional healers, when you call me a witch, I am even happy. Because other than the poor understanding of the word witch, yes, poor understanding of the word witch doctor, but the actual understanding is, these are two words, a witch and a witch you know. If somebody says you are a wizard in a computer, you are a witch in a computer, that's, you are above average. You are above average. A witch is above average. And becoming a doctor, you know what it means. So if you are a doctor above average, that's okay. Yes. And indeed, the second question was relating by my friend Spire, the name Yahya. And for your information, I'm a Hajj also. So I'm a Muslim, and Yahya is my name. It was given to me by my, and most of the religions we have a cultural background and a cultural packaging, which was promoted extensively. And these religions we have, people invested in money to promote them. They invested in them. That's why they are actually booming. But when time comes and they are no longer supported by money and promoted, our cultural values will come up. I'm a Muganda. Traditional medicine has not been really supported. The legal system is against it. Educated people are against it, but it still serves 80% of the population in Africa. Where does it get that power? And suppose it was legal, it had a legal backup, or it was financed. We have a very strong system, medical system, that is based on our culture. Everybody's culture has a medical tradition. And to me, so when you see, I'm a dental surgeon. When I put on my coat and I'm in my dental chair with my drills, I'm scary. Everybody looking, when you come in, you have it, and I'm going to drill you. It's very scary. And when you go into any theater, it's scaring with scissors and all of that and all of that. It's scaring for the patient. So when you come to my shrine and you're scared, it's not even news. Those are my working tools. Working tools. A diagnostic process omweso. You see, doctor there will tell you, a stethoscope is not a tool to display, just. It has a real functional role. But if you don't know how to use it, you just walk with your stethoscope and pose around it. But that doesn't mean that because you walk with it, it loses its value. If you know how to use a stethoscope, if you know how to use a knife in theater, if you know how to use a drill in surgery, dental surgery, you are an expert. So those of us who are using Omwes, we are experts. And any other person like you coming and seeing and saying I'm saying what I was meant to say is a good display of the need for training. My brother, you are my candidate for training. But that is, if you have the indicators, it's not just you wish you come and we train you. No, you must have excitable sites that we need to excite, to activate. So if you don't have them, you are not my candidate. My Mapala, Mr. Mapala, Professor Mapala from Malawi. The question was not very clear, but what I would like to say is that in Western medicine, there is a way we are taught. To me, if the doctors won't be offended, we are trained to be dispensers. Because we know in Western medicine, we know how the medicine works in the body. And we think we know. We are told about mechanism of action. That's a logical one. In Western medicine, all right, Western medicine is a logical, deductive process of training. But whatever is logical is not right. It's not, whatever is logical is not necessarily true, my brothers. Here we are told, we can build this house, 100 people, we can take 10 days. That means logically, half a person will take so many years and do it. It's logical. But we cannot keep those. There are many. And whatever fails our logic is not necessarily wrong. It's possibly because we are using different parameters of measurement, of understanding. There are different ways of knowing, and we should accept the various ways of knowing. It's not the way we are taught. So that brings me to the issue of when I was a healer, the contradictions you saw. When I was a healer, what was healing in me was different from me. And to me, there is no contradiction there. Being initiated, you see, something in you can be healing. But you need
summarize now.
You need to nurture that. And the process of training and initiation is to nurture your gift. And where the gift comes from is really subjective. You can call it God, you can call it ancestral spirits, you can call it, there is subjectivity there, but the issue is you have the gift and it is from somewhere. So I shouldn't dwell much on that subjectivity. Where God, I even don't know the right definition of God, but if God means Katonda, then to me it's okay, because eyantonda nachiri yachintonda mu, so Katonda is all in all. Finally, I don't talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yahaya. Time is not our very good ally. Once again, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the participants who have asked questions. Thank you so much. I have to now retire and allow another panel to come in. Wish you all the best.
Why? There is sadness in your eyes. I don't want to say goodbye to you. Love is one big illusion. I should try to forgive, but there is something left in my head. You're the one. Now you're.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can stretch and whisper to your neighbor. We are from Spiritual World. Thank you, Dr. Yahaya, for that intriguing subject. We are still thinking about chewing the card. We shall come back to you over and over again. We are transiting from that keynote address to another very interesting panel discussion. We have specialists here, but my shoes are too small to allow me invite them. So right away, allow me invite Professor Robert Kloba Wabyanga. He's the chair of that panel discussion. Please, Professor, you're welcome. Professor Wabyang is the head of Department Religious Studies, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Kyambogo University. And he is going to chair this wonderful panelists under the topic Spiritualism and Alternative Medicine. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. This work. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As he introduced, my name is Robert Kuloba Wabyanga. I'm privileged to be part of this discussion. Yes, I was being guided. Allow me to invite the following people who will constitute this discussion. Reverend Father Paul Lumala. He's not yet here. Once again, Dr. Yahaya Sekaja, kindly come forward. Well, that sounds like a Dodi. Whenever it plays, I pay respect. Pastor Dr. Martin Semper, kindly come forward. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Yes, just a second. Sheikh Isaac Bilali, who is representing Sheikh Muniri Hamdan. You're welcome, sir. Just come and sit here. So I think we are still waiting for Mr. Chigundu Wamala, Reverend Father Paul Lumala, right? Yeah, they are on the way. Right. Time is not on our side, so we shall just dive into the discussion. But before we do that, allow me to make very few remarks which will give a context to this presentation for the discussion. And thereafter, we shall have questions asked. And after the discussions of those questions, we shall have general Q&A, and then we shall have a wrap-up. Contextually, since time immemorial, humanity has been in a theater of life. Okay, thank you. And humanity has not only asked questions about life, threatening realities, but has also asked questions about the origin, the beginning. How did it all start? What was there in the beginning? How did our ancestors manage this? What is the voice of the gods and spirits about this phenomenon of life? These questions gave an avenue which spiritualized the disease in terms of phenomenon and also treatment. Our panel today is titled Spiritualism and Alternative Medicine. Spiritualism, by definition, is a religious belief that there is a spiritual reality that communicates with the living. And these may be gods, ancestral spirits, or spirits, natural spirits. Could be family, dead members, and they manifest invisibly through experiences like intuition and dreams, or visibly through natural objects. You heard the Dr. Sekaja talking about objects like trees, snakes, ants, etc. And this forms the basis, the context within which we are going to oscillate the discussion. I want to begin with a question specifically to Dr. Yahaya Sekaja. You are a traditional healer by calling and an African spiritualist. I got this from your webpage. Just to say the least, what do you mean? Who called you to be a spiritual healer? Because you say you're a traditional healer by calling. Yeah. Oh. How do these things work? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm a traditional healer by calling, mainly because I didn't do any struggle to learn how to heal. I just found myself able to heal. So I didn't go to any school. Initially, when I was a child, within that calling, I started healing. I only nurtured my calling later. In fact, I started nurturing my calling after medical school. That's when I went in shrines for about 10 years to study how to connect with the spirituality and all of that. But the initial call, who called me, becomes subjective. And that one I shouldn't want to answer now because I even don't know. If it's an ancestor, I don't know. If it's a spirit, God called God, Katonda, I don't know. But all in all, I can feel, and that calling, that the one who called me gave me that ability. He will explain later. Or if I join the spiritual world and I become a spirit myself, then I will say, you are the one who called me. Then I will do it that way. But otherwise, yes, I'm a spiritualist, African spiritualist, because I communicate with ancestral spirits. And in any case, ancestral spirits communicate with me.
Okay. My next question goes to Dr. Martin Semper. Sorry, Pastor Dr. Martin Semper. You are not a healer, are you?
I am as well.
Okay, that's very good. Respectfully, what is your opinion about the interaction between the spirit and medicine?
My first experience about this issue was when I was a young boy, about 7 years old. And my mother, who was a school teacher in Nalozali parish, had left us. And then our oldest sister, Claire, who was about 14, 15 at the time, became of a different mind. She became violent, took off her clothes, started running around, and it was a very embarrassing and very painful situation. Because to the villagers, this was another comedy
But for us, it was a time of tremendous grief. The spirits told us that we are from Lukaya, from your auntie, Anna, my mother's relative, which we used to visit often, and that they were jealous because my mother had 8 children and she had only 1. And because of this, my auntie had sent these spirits to bring vengeance on the family of my mother, because my mother had more children than she did. This started a crisis in my family of finding healing. My mother, being a good Catholic, as many people from Masaka, went to every prayer, mass, holy water from Rome. We traveled. Eventually, being frustrated, she ended up in a traditional healer's shrine, amongst which we received a package which was supposed to cook for tea every evening. I can't forget, because one day the thing, we would cook tea and put it on top of the roof to dry. One day it was smelling so much, I decided to open it. To my surprise, I found a frog which was rotting with maggots, and I was horrified that the healing was coming through the frog. Gives me the heebie-jeebies up to today. That journey traveled us, transported us to 1971-72. A visit of a Ghanaian healer called Ukiri Yeboah on his first visit to Kampala. He had a meeting at Gaba where I was a young kid. My mother took my sister to that place, and I recall I saw miraculous things, people walking on the water, stars becoming bright as we sang. And my sister actually did get relief after that. That gentleman was called Obiri Yeboah. He had a clash with a famous witch doctor at the time. I think it was called Chiganyira. Both of them had a conflict between Chiganyira and Obiri Yeboah. Chiganyira they had this business of, I'll give you 3 days and you die. And then says, I'll give you 7. So Chiganyira gave Obiri Yeboah 7 days, because he had become the power that be in those early days of Idi Amin. Some of you may not remember that. And then Obiri Yeboah gave him 3 days. And as I recall, Chiganyira, who used to float on the water in Gaba, he would put a leopard skin on the water. This time he did not cross over because his leopard skin sank and he died. I write about this because I'm writing my biography. As an African, I've had a chance to reflect deeply on who I am as a Christian, as an African. The interesting, not many people want to talk about some of these issues, but I recall the struggle my family had. We sold everything. The healer would ask, the witch doctor would ask for the chairs. They even asked for the sofa set. We ended up with a tea made out of frogs. Now, fast forward to today, I became a pastor. I am involved in praying for people, healing, delivering them. I have recognized that there is 2 cosmological forces. There is the forces that we call ancestral, African, traditional. Then there is the God. And these 2 are different sources of authorities. Our speaker said 80% of Ugandans subscribe to this. Imagine if it was legal. And indeed, it is very true. It's very true. We are Africans. And I think we miss the fact that we are in the process of changing our faith. My name, Sempa. Many of you have names. My learned brother talked to you about your names and told you many of you have difficulties, but you don't know the destinies of your name. Each of your name has to do with a previous covenant that was made over your family. And you were dedicated to that covenant. So if you are doing Kato, Waswa, Semba, each of those names is precisely and meticulously located in the cosmology propaganda axis. And it is therefore very important for me. I did it was helpful to read Don Roscoe, the culture of the people of Uganda, Sir Apollo Kagwa, Empisa Zabaganda. That was my introduction to scholarship on that. And I discovered Sempa is the name of a Buganda god in Bulemezi. And every boy who is born around there is called Sempa because he's dedicated to that god. So every time you hear the name Sempa, it has to do with a hill in Bulemezi where there is a Musambwa called Sempa. Now,
Dr. Sempa, I think you will stop there.
Allow me to finish. Just give me one more minute, please. Now, Sempa is located next to Waluse. I think that the other hill, the Kingmaker Hill. The fact that many of us do not understand our roots and do not understand the circumstances under which we are creates a crisis of a Christian who is 50%. You are Martin, which by the way is a Roman god, and Sempa, which is a Baganda god, subscribing a Christian faith. To be consistent, there is need for an extreme radical changeover, which I think some of us are not yet ready to have that conversation. The Western Uganda Banyankore have gone through that change, and you can tell by their names, their destinies are changed. Uganda, by and large, we are 50% Christians and 50% in the traditional worship. We are walking contradictions, which is why, to me, this conversation is very important. Even if I may not agree with my brother, Dr. Sekaja, it is adding to our knowledge of ourselves. And finally, we have to make a decision. Do I follow Mukasa? Do I follow Sempa? Am I a servant of Sempa? Or am I a servant of Jesus? And there are changes that need to be made for me to be an authentic Christian who is stepping into the power of God for all of life that I need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My next question goes to Sheikh Isaac Bilali. You are a Quranic healer. I like that. Earlier on, Dr. Yahaya introduced the concept of the calling, and that was key, calling to heal. What is your experience in your case where you are using the Quran? Were you called to use the Quran? Was it a training? And how do you play it in the theater of life?
Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Really, according to Lokeda Sekanja, according to Islam, there must be to teach you how you can heal accordingly. There must be spirituals, but it's not like a format of just a call. But they have to teach you. And even it's not a matter of just reading the whole Quran. They can teach you, do like this, do like this, do like this, do like this. To follow the perspective.
So in essence, you were trained
yes, sir.
on, okay, where is the spirit? in this?
This,
Sorry.
the spirit in this,
Yes.
according to Islam, because I feel, and even my colleagues feels that God is the one who heals. It's not just a matter of just I can heal, but what you feel is what God comes out from you. You heal someone, and even it's not you merely, just you can feel yourself healing, and it is God's will.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Isaac. Yes. Back to Dr. Yahaya. You, in your previous presentation, alluded to nature and spirit. There seems to be a very thin line between nature and the spirit. Is it a perception that nature is the physical and the spirit is the invisible, or what? And that being the case, how can we use, this African spirituality to fight contemporary challenges like climate change? I mean, issues of climate change is a health issue, and therefore I think it is right in order to bring it in this discussion. And since you're a Muslim, according to Hadith, if I'm not wrong, environment is part of the issues that contribute to disease. So how can we use this African spirituality or African spiritual conception of nature to fight issues of climate change?
Thank you very much. I can't say I can competently address issues of climate change, but nature and spirit is where I would like to concentrate. The aspect in my own feeling, the aspect of spirit being categorized into various spirits. In my view, we have horizontal and vertical relationships with the spirits. Our horizontal relationships with the spirit relates to our ancestral lineages, cousin, this, that. The vertical relationship with the spirit is the one that relates to God and other kind of spirits. To me, God is like, I would say, a big cake. If we have a very big cake and we all share part of that cake, we can claim we have eaten that cake. So, if I have that piece of that cake with me, I have the cake. And to me, God is like that. The God is within us, as He is everywhere. So if God, Katonda, I want to be specific. I'm referring to Katonda, not to God. I'm referring to Katonda, because Katonda is both active and claiming the functionality. Katonda He created, Katonda, which means if He created me, He created whatever I'm using, and He knows the relevance of nature to me. And I'm part of nature, His creation. So the interaction between me and nature is mandatory to me. I must have an interaction, and if I can have interaction channels which are open to me, and nature, and they were created by that Katonda, which Katonda is a spirit. And if Katonda has agents, other spiritual entities, that is his business. But all in all, the creator Katonda, for me, created me as a creation within his other creations, and we have a connectivity between me and all aspects of nature, including the living, non-living, the material and non-material. So if part of the creation leads to climate change, or mishandling part of the creation leads to climate change effects, and I don't know if the change will have a positive impact later when we get adapted to the changes. All in all, the aspect of climate change, I don't know. But I'm part of that big cake, and that big cake is part of me. Thank you very much.
Going back to Pastor Dr. Martin Semple, you, in your earlier answer, alluded to Christ Jesus, the name of Jesus. But you agree with me, and I think from your own theology, I've been listening to you talking about issues on TikTok. There is something called African Christology, and in this Christology, Jesus has been given an African identity. He is one of the ancestors, Jesus. How would you relate your experience of the dead frog, ancestral spirits? Jesus is now one of them, being the chief, to the theme of well-being. Is there a conflict? Is it just an imagination? What can you say about that?
Thank you. I don't think that Jesus is one of my grandfathers, or that doesn't bother me what kind of race he is. It really doesn't. There's an obsession with color. I find people wanting to have a savior who looks like them. It really doesn't matter. I think that Jesus Christ is a sacrifice, and this ultimately brings us to the question of our cosmology of life, creation, sin, making peace with God, and how do we deal with that? In my discussion, whether with Mama Fina or others, I always ask the question of what is the ultimate sacrifice we have to give to make peace with God. And I think that's the question at the heart of it. You talk about well-being. There is physical, there is spiritual, psychological, prosperity, well-being. Ultimately, there is a price to pay. And it starts with smaller items like chickens. I went through chickens in Kokempanga, Yarujumba. Then we go, progressively to Embusi, Yebitanga. Then you go to Endika, progressively to Ente. Then ultimately you get to the human sacrifice. Now this is not only part of the African experience. The Romans had the vestal virgins who were sacrificed before every war on Mars, before they would go out to planet. It was a tremendously powerful kingdom. Part of the reason why I have ambivalent feelings about the name Martin is because Martin is of a god called Mars. Mars is a Roman god of war. And whenever they would have to go to war, they would look at the stars. If they turned red, the planet Mars, and then they would offer sacrifice. Then they would go to war. Now, even amongst our African traditional leaders, the untold secret is that we need ultimately a human sacrifice to make peace. Because some problems are big. Some problems are small. You prescribe chicken the blood of chicken. But some problems are big. You remember when the Sudanese president was coming out of the plane, he had to slaughter a cow. This is part of war, ceremonies of war. Others, they slaughter a baby, and you walk over little baby because God is supposed to give you the powers. I know you asked earlier, do we deal with conflicts? We've had the experience of Maji Maji. I don't know if you remember the fight between German and people down in Tanzania. We've had the Lord Resistance Army and the Holy Water. Yes, we do. We have had those. Ultimately, the question that brings us to the prayer is, who is Jesus? Can I move closer to you? The Spirit's disturbing the mic. Fear in Jesus' name. So, what I was saying is that ultimately, we need to deal with the question of who is Jesus? Jesus is the sacrifice for our sins and is the one that brings the payment for all the all the options we have. So we don't have to sacrifice another baby. And I think my challenge has always been when I was dealing with people often, is it possible to get another? Often when I'm debating this, I said, look, I have been there, I have been that. I grew up in African traditional religion. When my brother, who was a policeman in Zambia, wanted a job promotion, we would go to Kabalagala, where the police is, and we would go to the witch doctor to try and get a promotion of a job in police. When it was my sister who was having spirits, we went to them. And I've gone through many sacrifices. I got to the point where I could not foreseeably give the sacrifice of a human being. Now, I want to conclude. There is irreconcilable differences where we get to the point that if the healing of a society depends on the sacrifice of an albino, a virgin, the sacrifice of a boy, which we have suffered since 2004. You remember that. It is a question that Kaifura failed to solve. We began, I think, about 2004 up to today. We pretend that human sacrifice doesn't happen. So I come to the conclusion that Jesus Christ offers us the sacrifice to bring healing and prosperity between us and God, the ancestors, the living, and to escape the prior covenants that were made over us. So I'm in the process of changing my name from Martin Sempa to a new name of Gabriel Abba Fangamuje Yesu. So that is going to be announced because I am a Christian in motion, finding healing and freedom. I no longer want to be a servant of the Mutambwa or Lemesi. I want to be a servant of Jehovah, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and bring healing to the many people who are captive, people are barren. The other day there was a young girl in the KIU. She wanted to help get her boyfriend to love her. And then she went to the healer and two of them mounted on her the whole night. Then she went to the police. Then the police arrested the healers. The healer says we were inserting the what? The medicine which she wanted us to what? To do. People don't need to go through that. And of course I'm giving some other cases. I'm sure others are not like that. We've had a testimony of the people who got babies and healed. But I've also seen people set free from demons, jobs promoted, healing from miraculous, and praying in tongues. Allow me to say this one. There has been a lot also that healing in a Christian world has been rejected because some of the religious groups such as Anglicans, some Catholics rejected, even Father Anotal, yeah, he had difficulty introducing this subject to us. But praying in tongues, like when I pray, for about 1 hour. They did a research and found that after people prayed in tongues, they actually change biochemically. There's a study on that. Jesus Christ is not really powerful for changing salvation, but even transforming. And this conference says, I'm very glad, and I want to ask that we even have more and more, so the dialogue grows. When we are able to put on the table, people are able to say, no, I want Mukasa here. No, I want the Holy Spirit here, so that people will know the price and go with which one.
Thank you.
I can teach you in tongues after this, so a practical session. I'm also able to do that.
Yes, Dr. Semper, you've talked a lot, which seems to me to be the wrong side of what Dr. Segaja would believe in. What is not ethical in the African traditional medicine? I want to believe so. Issues of rape, sleeping with virgins, human sacrifice, etc. Would you say that Jesus, you confess, is against African medicine?
I think my brother, Dr. Sekaja, as he began to speak, he talked about African traditional medicine. And then he concluded with following the ancestral spirits. I think you noticed. Now, there is a difference between the approach. For me, I believe in herbal medicine. I am a herbalist.
That is enough.
And
I request you stop there. Oh. I want to request.
That was
no, it's fine. It's fine, Doctor. You'll continue. I want to request Dr. Sekaja, if you have any question to ask Dr. Semper.
It's not a question to him, but actually I'm happy about what he has said. Any system can be adulterated. So the adulterator has got the facts. Who, speaking in tongues, might not be different from Okulamiriza. Okulamiriza is actually we use it, and if you Okulamiriza in Uganda, it will be speaking in tongues while you are in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Do you want to say, for purposes of people who do not understand what Okulamiriza means, is that like invocations in Christian sense?
Yes, I think so. That is incantations, dedications, proclamations, being announced. But I think what he says is like translation. Some may be different in other languages. I want to point out that I think for long, African Christians have had a conflict that we think we are Europeans. And I think this is a big problem. If you notice, I am not wearing a clergy robe. In fact, I am very happy to wear, some of you have seen me recently wearing a leopard skin. Okay? You notice the stick I carry as a symbolism. This is Mugogwa Musa. Now, many of the people who totally petrified to come close to a black cloth with something that looks African. And the time has come for us to think of how do I package me as an African Christian? Because for long we think that talking like an American, we even say praise God. Okay, that's for addition. It really doesn't make you more of a Christian. We need to express Christianity, biblical Christianity, in our Africanness. And as you notice, the numbers of Christianity are growing in the global south. My brother Dr. Sekaja mentioned how the Bazungus who came were having problems, but no one is solving them. The barrenness, the what? Now, the truth is, I have lived, I've studied, some of you have studied in the global north. In the global north, churches have become nightclubs. I was recently in Philadelphia. I was watching a major Catholic parish closing down, becoming an estate. So for us, allow me to finish. For us, Africans in the global south, we should not follow in the failed footsteps of the global north Christians who are afraid to challenge spirits, to pray in tongues, to cast out devils, because Jesus says these signs shall follow them. In my name, you shall cast out devils, you shall lay hands and the sick shall recover. And if there is a Christian who says they are Christian and there is no healing, you run away from those ones. They need more initiation, they need more dedication, they need more training. That is what we want.
Thank you so much. That's quite.
And now we must go.
I'm the chair of this session. So, okay. Okay. Back to Sheikh Isaac Bilali. How do you use the Quran to heal?
Alhamdulillah. Because all the time you have to be thinking all and what God gives you.
Do you read the text and the exact healing? Do you lay it on a patient? In other words, what are the dynamics of the Quran used in healing?
According
the theater of life. Yes.
According to Quran, I can even use water.
Okay.
And I read the Quran.
You dilute the Quran
inside the water, and I can give it to you.
Okay.
And even I can use it in my hand like this, and I hold it to you.
Okay.
And I start praying.
Right. Thank you. Back to Dr. Martin Semper. We've heard from the Islamic perspective. Do we also have traditions from the Christian perspective where Bible is used in the same way?
Yes. There are different ceremonies that we perform when we are doing either exorcism or healing. Part of it includes laying on of hands. Part of it includes reading the scriptures over the person and dedicating God's word. Part of it includes confession. Part of it that is gathering with justice. I think some of the issues why people come under bondage have to do with justice issues. An example is my great-grandfather was eaten, cannibalized, and that family that ate him kept dying over many generations. And after they realized that they were dying, they called my family. This is the Kyambogo massacre in 1960s. And they said, look, we realize we are under a curse. Can you please forgive us? Okay. And then we have to declare forgiveness for them so that they can stop dying.
Dr. Semper, time is on up for us.
I have a lot to share.
I understand. I really feel it. It is burning, but we are in the time economy, my dear pastor. So really, you'll hold on that. You can share thereafter. My very last question is to all of us, and it stems from the request made by Dr. Sekaja. I think you should be Professor Sekaja. You should.
He has 10 peer-reviewed papers and 2 books by a reputable publisher. He can be a full professor.
Oh, okay. This is a curricular question. The one finger theory, the ancestralization idea in academia. How best can we, as an academic, integrate this knowledge of alternative medicine, health healing, spiritism in the national curriculum. And I think this question, I want to give each one of you a minute to say something, beginning with Prof. Rather, Dr. Sen.
Yeah, I think that we have to protect our faith. I think I agree with herbalism as a form of medicine. I've had good experience with my good friend Professor Ogang of Covidex. I myself am a herbalist. But where we depart is where now we begin to follow the spirits. Okay? Now, we have irreconcilable differences between the gods. Okay? So, Jehovah, the God that we serve, is different from Mukasa, Chibuka. And this is where you need knowledgeable people like me, okay, and Mr. Sekaja, to sit at the same table to raise these issues. Now, for example, I've spent 10 years studying the cosmology of Abalubale, Mukasa, Chibuka. I'm an expert on the subject.
Okay, thank you.
So, we need people to be involved so that we can do surgical and methodological different, because you cannot, you can't put a virus, okay, you know, a virus on the hard disk. We have to have a Holy Ghost-led effort that removes these spirits of Mukasa, Chibuka, put them on the side, and we keep the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sekaja. Oh, here you come. And just for purposes of emphasis, how can we integrate this information to better our curriculum? How can we integrate it in our national curriculum?
Our national curriculum, according to Islam, medicine is not bad, but is bad for our fellow, because God is the one who gives us that medicine to use it because it's good to us, and we can use it through God or through Katonda. And healing is not just a matter of that I can think that I can heal, but is God is the one who can heal.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sekaja.
Thank you very much. In fact, I have liked the interaction with Dr. Sempa, and who is an expert in Abarubare.
Yes.
And you see, being an expert can be self-claimed, and there is no wrong with that. But I doubt if you are an expert, according to my standards. So, now, in academia and herbalism, and then ancestral spirituality, these are different approaches to healing. Herbalism, you are looking at a plant with its phytochemical compounds and phytoactive compounds that can have therapeutic values, which is fine. And I'm not in contrast with that, but that's not the only part of the plant. The plant has electromagnetic fields, electromagnetic energies, it has phytomagnetic energies, it has therapeutic energies. The color of the plant has a different energy levels, and we can tap into those energy levels using a biofeedback. We have a bag that energy can be measured using indigo, which is brown, not white. They are differently. They have different biochemical energies, electromagnetic fields, and those magnetic fields can be measured by knowledgeable people. Non-knowledgeable people can make a lot of noise about it, but I'm talking from a knowledgeable point of view where those energies can have therapeutic values, and especially if you are anointed. And I don't know if my but at the end of it, indigo, which is brown, has a different energy level from the one which is white. It has a different energy level from one which is multicolored. So the ability to understand that has its own training. Like going back to the question of putting this in curriculum, it is very difficult to integrate practices if the philosophical basis are different. We need to go down and integrate the philosophies, understand the philosophies of each. And after that, we choose what are integratable and what are not. What are the different thoughts, approaches, deductively or inductively? Then we go into observational studies. Because if we go into clinical studies have a Western framework, which will not fit as a measure within our indigenous framework. So we have a lot to teach the Western trained doctors, fit in us. They have little to teach us in order to fit in them, but we have a lot to teach them in order to fit in us. But at the end of it, who sets the standards? My Professor Semper has said 10 publications according to whose standards? National Council of Higher Education. The National Council based itself on some standards follow to us. We must set our standards. We have the capacity now to set our standards. Let us not just follow. Let us wake up. We are Africans.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, just the issue of the indica, was that a scientific tool that measures, or is that the indica as in the shape? I just wanted to clarify. Because we also have Yesomwana indica.
Yes. Now, indica, the animal, the goat, the chicken, and their energy levels. If, for example, you have, like you are saying, other than the system being adulterated, if the bad spirit was sent to your sister, and they got the right person, one was to talk with the spirit, because we can communicate with the spirit. And then we say, what are you for? What do you need? What was done when they are sending you? And are you fair? After increasing it, you can end up either doing a ritual to undo. That's why when we are doing a sacrifice at that level, there is anti-clockwise rotation of using the chicken onto the individual. Anti-clockwise has a very significant therapeutic effect. So all of that, we can, if we do observational studies, clinical observational studies, we go to the patient without the ritual first, we measure the energies of the patient, then we do the ritual, make the energy of the patient, and see the clinical improvement. There is a lot of methods that can measure that. These are, we can adapt them to our level. Kyambogo University must have. These other universities, we should become African universities.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. It is now time for Q&A, but before I give the microphones, there is a question which has been sent by a colleague, and it is directed to Dr. Semper. And it says, according to Colossians chapter 4, verse 14, Luke, the apostle, is called a doctor. Which doctor was he? Remember, this is a pre-industrial, pre-pharmacological period. Which doctor was it? Dr. Luke.
It should not be that the practice of medicine is a new thing. The people carried industries, some were doctors. And in this case of Luke, he is known as a medical doctor. That's what we are being told about. The practice of healing, ceremonies that are carried out in the Bible are very detailed and thorough. For example, the law of jealousy. If a man suspected his woman of running off with another woman, they would do a concoction that includes water, includes certain things. And then if she drank it, she would have a lot of suffering of pain for 7 days.
Doctor, so, you answered the question.
Yes, he was a medical doctor.
Okay, in the era when medicine, pharmacological, as we
and oil. No, please allow me to conclude this issue. There is what now we call them essential oils. The biggest rage now in the Western world is the use of the extracts of oils from plants, which are now being used exhaustively. They're very expensive, but they have been found to be healing. In fact, now when I have a headache, for me, I don't use any of these Western pharmaceutical thing. I get an essential oil of eucalyptus, I put it on my head, and that is why the Bible says, is anyone sick among you? Let him call for the elders. Let them anoint them with oil. Now that oil was pharmacological, not like this one of sunflower oil that we are putting and people are drinking. It was medicinal. So there has been a practice of pharmacological medicines which have been going on for quite a while.
Thank you. Wow. Q&A session now. Thank you so much, Dr. Sempa and dear colleagues. I wanted to request, I think we need more than the Dr. Mkwan, you may have to. Let's begin with the chef. So you tell us your name, where you come from, and the question.
Yes, thank you, Better. My name is Sheikh Abdunasam Tiawa from Kyambogo University. In fact, I am the Imam of the University Mosque. I have two issues. One goes to Dr. Sekajia. From his submission, I've heard, you can correct me well, does not want to pronounce the word God, whereas is using English, and has availed to us the different tribes that we have, particularly in Uganda, about 54. And every tribe has its language. We have the Basoga, the Baganda. So the word Katonda is for Baganda. So if we look at the attributes of the master creator, okay, the master creator, I think every language has the title for the master creator. The English say God, Baganda.
Ask the question.
Yes.
Just
so the question is, why do you fear to say God, whereas you are using English?
The second thing.
The second one is just a supplement. And as far as Islam is concerned, we have some supplications. If at all someone is suffering, has a challenge, from the Quran you recite that. But that one does not mean that you leave if at all the doctors have recommended that you must be operated. You must be operated, and then you add on that supplication. I submit.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, that is the doctor from Kenya. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dr. Mutiti Waidanji. I'm from the University of Kabianga in Kenya. I'm very thrilled by the presentation by Dr. Yahya. I like your presentation. It is from a point of information.
What's the question, Dr. Ray?
My question to him, to Dr. Yahya, you said that you have to communicate with ancestral spirits, and specifically because you are in Uganda, you'll be communicating with the Uganda spirits. Are you able to communicate with the spirits of the Gikuyu? For example, I'm a Gikuyu from Kenya. Are you able to communicate with the ancestral spirits of the Gikuyu for you to be able to diagnose maybe the issues at hand, etc.? That is my question. My comment to Dr. Sempa, listening to you has been quite intriguing. I think one day you have a problem, you run to your culture. Another day you don't have a problem, you run to Christianity. You still have a major contest and conflict.
Yeah, yes, Julius.
Thank you. My name is Julius from the Department of Literature and Film Studies, Kyambogo University. I'm just asking for, out of curiosity, I think that was a very, very intriguing panel. So I want to ask this question. Would I be right or wrong if I say that the different personalities, the three panelists especially, although I also not see a lot of commonness amongst them, especially when it came to the ideas of Africa and so on. So would I be right if I say that your different ideas are merely influenced by ultra-nationalistic sentiments of just being indigenous African people or maybe black people, and that you're trying to feel duty-bound to only respond, I've written add, perhaps enviously, the Euro-American narrative on global affairs. Now, in this case, you talked about spirituality and also medicine. And then, which also brings me to the last part of that is, what do you think then is the position and the status of your critical ideas to the global narratives and rhetoric on those different things you discuss about? Because I missed the opportunity to ask you, Dr. Yahaya, some of your success stories and your Ugandan, you're practicing stuff from here, but you pointed out only Westerners coming, and then someone asked you a question which I think you judged, that there are so many infertile women in Ghana, for example, and also Uganda at large, and you've not addressed that. So are you simply making a case simply because you have to respond that you're an African, you're trying to counter a narrative which is held by the Euro-American people? Thank you so much.
Okay. The last person behind there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. I think we can name.
Thank you. Nathanael Mayengo, an educational psychologist, Kyambogo University. My question is directed to Pastor Sempa. In the Bible, Jesus, Elijah, Elisha, and Peter are among those who raised people from the dead. What happened to those powers? Thank you.
Give it to Dr. Chizito, and then we allow them to present, rather to answer then after that we go for a second round if time allows.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a simple question. Now, when it comes to the metaphysics of healing, of course, in Africa, we know that a human being is not just a physical person, but is also a spiritual. It has a spiritual aspect. So, healing also has, metaphysical aspects. But now we have a question. Dr. Yahaya, for example, said that you can have what he calls a bad spirit, and you can increase the bad spirit. This creates serious problems. How can you expect a bad spirit to tell you the truth? And I can also see this serious problem in Christianity, where people are doing exorcism and they're asking people who are demon possessed, who are you? The Bible says the devil is a liar and the father of liars. So how do you expect the devil to tell the truth? So how are you able to demarcate? Because that's the question, between a good spirit and bad spirit. So that becomes a challenge. Otherwise, that's why people keep on questioning, finding out, where to go for this kind of illness. Which part should I go to? Should I stay in the African tradition or should I, go to the Western? Thank you.
Okay, I've been guided because of, the volume of questions. I think panelists may fail to answer all of them. I request that we give them chance to answer what has been asked, and then when there's time, we shall ask more. There is a gender issue which has been raised, that most of you who are dominating the questioning are men, where the women. I think the next round will be for women. Thank you so much. The questions seem to have been directed largely to Dr. Sekaja and Dr. Semper. So, whom do we think? Let's begin with Dr. Semper, so that I can manage. Manage.
So where did the power of Elijah, Peter, and Elisha go? The power is there. The power is waiting. And that is why we need to train people who have an understanding that the God that we serve is powerful. Unfortunately, when I have traveled in some of the Western world, they are very suspicious. I never understood why Americans and Europeans are so suspicious of people who pray in supernatural tongues. They look at you as if you are the devil. So there is a Christian narrative that has been shaped that Christianity is only good for good theology. And I think that's wonderful. But I think what the African Christian brings on the table is the inevitability of dealing with the supernatural, the inevitability of challenging powers of darkness. And this is what African Christianity has contributed, and which is why it is growing much bigger than the Western Christianity. Very, very good on theology, but very low on power. That is number one. So the power is there, and we are training and teaching people. If some of you want to come and join us, I have a school that I'm teaching. I even can give you a beginning course right after this in how to do Shanda Raba Raba Raba. So the second, I'm sorry.
It's only those ones like powers select Jesus, Elijah, the others. What happened with that power?
He said the power is with God. And I'm telling you that the people who brought us the gospel, who are Europeans, I want you to understand from an intellectual academic level that our teachers who have dominated a lot of our theological thinking have been putting an emphasis mostly on understanding good theology without this of releasing, healing, miracles, signs and wonders. Now we are beginning to see African ministers, even for me, I have seen miracles. I can even also perform miracles. Yes, so that is number one. Number two, I want to bring aren't we, a brother asked, aren't we phrase ourselves as a American narrative? What is that American narrative? I really do. Nationalism. No, me, I'm a genuine African Christian intellectual in the pursuit of God and expressing my faith as best as I can. And some of it includes shedding of Europeanism. So when you see me, I didn't used to dress like this. I can see my brother Spire is also of the same mindset like me. Okay, we have come up. We used to think eyes are the way to go. I have asked the Speaker of Parliament allows me that I take for her my new leopard dress, so that a combination of leopard and just like my leopard dress and back clothes. These are signs of our Africanity. A lot of our people have been afraid of them. Like if they see my brother, people are afraid of them. We need to disabuse ourselves. In fact, you need to see me preaching in the pulpit with Mogogwa Musa dressed in black cloth. So that some of my brothers like these ones who have been lost in the Lubarism, afraid in Jesus.
Dr. answer this next question. I think that one is
okay. So then Doctor from Kenya says that I seem to be shifting from when I have a problem, I go here. And then when I don't have a problem, I go here. I seem to be confused. No. What I shared with you was my journey of when I started off as a Catholic and the challenges with Spiritism, and then the journey of looking for healing, eventually leading me into faith in God's power to bring deliverance. It wasn't to say that I am undecided. It was to show authenticity. That is very, very. Then the other one was God. I think we're told that my brother that God is a big cake. I think that was a comment he made. But let Dr. Sekaja say. But he challenged the fact that I'm not an expert on Lubari. On that issue, I want to assure my brother, I've spent years studying this, and both practical as well as studying all writings about it. From the Bachwezi, studying on Bachwezi, the Barubale, the Baganda spirits, spent a fair amount of time. So when I sit down with Mama Fina back about 10 years ago, discussing who is protecting President Museveni, because the wind had blown away his tent. Okay. And this was the beginning of my discussion. Tracy Nexus. I'm happy to dialogue. I don't want to say that I know everything. I'm happy to sit with you and learn from you. But it's an area of my expertise, and I'm happy to dialogue, even though I don't agree with the Lubare gods. I think these are lesser gods. Jehovah is the greater God. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Sempa.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
The first question related to Katonda and God, and why I'm scared or hesitant to mention God. I mean the word God. Katonda has a functional role for Katonda. I don't know if the word God has a functional role as it is. So I'm more comfortable with the word Katonda. Because the word could have been created by others in a different way. And then we adopt it to mean this. But I'm not comfortable with the word Katonda, with the functional role of Katonda create. My brother from Kenya, Professor, nice to meet you. Have ever met you sometime? Ancestral communication in Uganda. Can I communicate with that one in Kikuyu, in Lango, and all that? From a spiritual point of view, spirituality is universal. It's not communicated through just language. Spirituality is communicated mainly through symbols, and symbolism. So, when we are managing illnesses, we do ritual and ceremonies. None of those are bound on any language. Symbol and symbolism is not confined to any local language. Ritual, the management processes are not also confined to any tribal languages. And so there is a lot of spirituality we can be communicated to in dreams. I don't know in which language you dream, but if I dream about you, I will understand what it means. Now, with Julius, I actually didn't understand his question. There was a lot of high-level words which I did not comprehend. I'm sorry about that, and I will skip that one. But what really the doctor, my colleague, the doctor, had mentioned about infertility. In the management of infertility, I cannot claim to be a universal healer in infertility. But I can have the opportunity for the spirit in you to tell me what's wrong. And also the spirit in you
and tell me the answer. And basically that's what happened to the Mzungu. They came in, I was communicated to by the spirit in her what to do, and exactly I did that, and she got better. So if you ask me, but for the medical records, she had done everything, and they had said she has the potential to deliver. But when we did that ritual, which communication I got from her ancestral spirits, then we did what was needful, she became pregnant. The details I don't know.
Was the communication in English or in Luganda?
The communication was actually in symbol. I was told what to do and what kind of spear I should have, and that spear was more in Tanda. And so I said, okay, there's a high concentration of such spears in Tanda, let us go to Tanda. And when we got there, we did the ritual, she got better.
Next question.
Now, the next question about from Mayenga, I think that was not with me, but the one with the metaphysics and healing, bad spirit, you see, when a bad spirit comes to you into a person, it is foreign to that person. You get it? It can be stronger. To the spirit in you, they can be ambushed, but they are able to see what kind of spirit has come, how it is armed, how the strategy it has used, and what are the weak points. So the spirit in you that has been overpowered can communicate and give you the strategy out. I said, no, this spirit came, it was dressed with this, was armed like this, it had this, it had this. So strategically, if you ask me strategically, what can we do? The spirit will communicate and say, you see, they used such a chicken. It was this color. If we use that chicken, and then we use a different color of Rujumba, Rujumba has a stronger power to repel that spirit. And you go ahead, you do that, and the spirit will be repelled. Communication can be done. And to me, I really appreciate when the spirit can communicate, because the weaker spirit will communicate the strategy out. For example, if Armed people came here to attack us and we had somebody, a guard at the door with just a baton, he will hide, the others will come, but when he consulted, he said, no, there were 10 men.
Dr. Sefred, I think
All right. So if there were 10 men and they had these arms, he has a role to play in guiding you on how to fight back. The last part, I think I have addressed it, that spirituality is an intelligent system. I think if you go ahead and if we are able to talk to Professor Mzuzu, stand up. I met him in South Africa, and he was using hypnosis actually determine when did you get that curse. And I felt it very useful. If we are able to attend his workshop, it will be very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my teammates. I've been advised that we are going to another session. I think I leave the organizing committee to guide the way forward. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Hand clap to the panelists, Pastor Dr. Sempa and Professor Wabianga for chairing the session, Dr. Sekaja and Dr. Isaac. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. It is time to settle the enzymes because they're also raising hands. But before that, we are going to stretch a little bit and be comfortable in this period. Yes, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Associate Professor Grace Rurare. Here he is. You are welcome. So I've been advised that we communicate with the enzymes and tell them to be patient, just as we have been patient ourselves. Allow me to invite Mr. Peter Serubede to come and introduce the next keynote address as we wait for the people in the kitchen to put themselves in order. Peter, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Faith and Health Conference 2025, Kyambogo University, under the theme Good Health and Well-Being, the Intersection of Faith and Healing Practices in East and Central Africa. In this round, I'd like to take you now to artificial intelligence, digital health, and the future of patient care. A year ago, during the STEAM festival, there are several students here, adolescent students, who confessed that they found AI more compassionate and more lovely than boyfriends, a more listening counselor, and a better nurse. That's what they confessed. Students here, adolescent students, girl students, that they found AI more mentally healing than physical nurses. Now, I have the pleasure to introduce to you a lady who specializes not just in adolescents, but children, a professional pediatrician who directs adolescent health training in Makerere University and is the founder and president of the Society of Adolescent Health in Uganda. Is going to handle this topic, the interaction of AI or artificial intelligence, digital health, and the future of patient care. Do you think artificial intelligence is a better alternative for carrying out diagnosis and prescriptions? Do you think so? Would you rather have ChatGPT do to you a mental analysis? Do you think it can do the job? It is at this moment in time the pleasure I have to introduce to you Dr. Sabrina Vakera Chitaka, a pediatrician, but also a specialist in digital health. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vakera Sabrina Chitaka. Dr. Sabrina will take 30 minutes. And then afterwards, I shall get back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and to the organizers. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to come and speak about artificial intelligence, digital health, and the future of patient care. I must confess, I am not a specialist in digital health. I'm only a student. And so we are going to learn together. It's been really intriguing to be listening to the previous panel. And I'd like to say I'm not going to talk anything about spirituality. So we know that artificial intelligence is transforming healthcare by improving patient care, streamlining workflows, and reducing inefficiencies. And artificial intelligence is a tool. Artificial intelligence can analyze large amounts of data to help doctors and healthcare providers to make decisions to improve health outcomes. But what do we mean by artificial intelligence? It's a whole set of things that includes machine learning, where the machine can learn deeply. It can provide predictive analytics and also translation. There's natural language processing, NLP, that looks at classification and clustering, information extraction, and then the machine can also learn speech. Either it uses speech to text or text to speech. For those of you who have advanced iPhones, you can actually now speak and your phones write the text for you and vice versa. Also, in terms of expert systems and robotics, all these can now do work that the human brain can do. And then for vision, there's image recognition, there's machine vision. We know a lot about filters, that now you can use apps like Snapchat or Insta app and then be able to change how your face looks. Some people are in the business of always taking filter pictures to the extent that they no longer know how they really look, and they think that they look like that picture in the filter. But how is artificial intelligence used in healthcare? First of all, as I already mentioned, it can be used in diagnostics and treatment, but also in drug discovery. Artificial intelligence can analyze large data sets to identify potential drug candidates and also predict their effectiveness. We know that today we are using a lot of old drugs that are being repurposed for different diseases. In a practical way, I think that for some of you who may know anybody who has diabetes, the pricking on a daily basis can be a disaster. But now we know that there's continuous glucose monitoring, which a patient can wear in the bottom picture, and then the information is sent to a remote computer, and it's analyzed to help predict the stability of a patient. For administrative tasks, and this is where we should all be understanding that artificial intelligence can help you to do data entry. For insurance, it can help you to do claims processing and even appointment scheduling. I work at Makerere University, but also at Mulago Hospital, and I work at the Baylor Uganda Clinic. Sometimes we do use the appointment scheduling using an app that can help us determine if a patient load is going to be heavy, then the patients will be reflected to another day. And that is how we are able to determine who is rescheduled. Of course, we know there are many benefits of AI in healthcare. Like I already mentioned, improved healthcare, to have better quality of care, reduce human error, because AI can review health records, imaging, and even give you results faster than a human being, but also improved patient flow. That the patient flow and experience, if you know that a patient X is coming to see you on that day, that they would like to be seen by a female provider or a male provider, that they'd like to be seen by an endocrinologist and be seen by an adolescent medicine provider, then you know that you're going to schedule them to see these two individuals in a seamless manner. And then calling patients by name or by character and understanding their disease pattern from birth to whenever they become elderly is going to help us a lot to understand the big data for not only an individual patient, but even for a community where these patients live. Artificial intelligence can also improve the experience of the caregivers. If I know that a particular patient is coming, and I know that these are their characteristics, I won't spend so much time with them, and I'll allow them to go home quickly. But not everything good is always good. There are certain side effects. There are challenges of artificial intelligence in the healthcare system, and there are ethical and governance issues. There's also a risk of data privacy and security. We know that hacking can happen at any one point, and people's confidential information can be released. So in terms of data privacy, it's particularly important that artificial intelligence systems, whereas they collect large amounts of data, that this data should not be misused. So additional proper security measures need to be put in place to protect sensitive patient data. There are threats of artificial intelligence in scientific research. There's misinformation. We saw this a lot, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where people were using deep fakes to put voices of leaders in health on misinformed information. And one of the people who got a lot of deep fakes was Bill Gates and also other scientists, where if you had my face and you're putting a deep fake on my voice and then saying that, for example, vaccines are wrong, yet you know that I'm a vaccinologist, then obviously you're going to be spreading misinformation. There's also a risk of image and duplication manipulation, and then tampering with the results. And tampering with the results can result in a patient getting the wrong treatment. And then there's plagiarism. We all need to understand that application processes such as DeepSeek or ChatGPT can easily be plagiarized. And for us as scientists, it's very important to be quoted correctly. And even when you're using ChatGPT and others, you should be able to correctly accredit the information. So why is patient safety and accuracy important? It's important that artificial intelligence systems be taught to recognize patterns in medical data and also to understand the relationships between the different diagnoses and treatments, and to tailor treatment for each patient. There's the additional complexity that providers may not be able to understand how the existing technology works. Currently, right now, the Ministry of Health is requiring that every healthcare provider has the bare minimum of knowing how to work with a computer, and that we are dealing away with paper records. So it's up to us to be trained really quickly, first of all, on how to use a computer, later on, how to use these applications. A lot of medical providers may not trust or gain acceptance from artificial intelligence, and this is work in progress. So healthcare providers need to be confident, first of all, with new technology. New technology is the way to go. We cannot run away from it. I usually say that you cannot run away from change. You need to adapt and get conversant with how to use these things. However, we know that learning artificial intelligence usage is quite expensive. I recently logged onto a site where I was told that to train me in artificial intelligence and machine learning and various things would cost me $3,000 for 2 weeks, which is extremely expensive. And so I opted out, but they keep sending me reminders to join. So at the end of the day, if we learn artificial intelligence, which is going to be the next big thing for all of us to appreciate, we need to learn that artificial intelligence is just a tool and that it uses big data to be able to streamline information and support our work. So what do we foresee in the future? In the long term, artificial intelligence is going to become more intelligent and more enabling for healthcare systems. And healthcare is going to shift from the traditional one-size-fits-all type of medicine to a preventative, personalized, data-driven disease management model that achieves proper outcomes. And so I'll go on to the topic of precision medicine. If you or your child or your relative is looking for the future of medicine, then they should be applying to study precision medicine. And this has been supported by artificial intelligence since 2016, when President Barack Obama endorsed precision medicine as a subject in medicine. It's also known as personalized medicine. It's a type of medical approach that uses you as the individual. It uses it to improve your outcomes. And obviously, ultimately, you'll have cheaper medicine. So I'll give you an example of if a patient has a particular type of cancer, they'll look at you, yes, you're an African, and yes, you're from Uganda, and this is your genotype. And what is your lifestyle? Which environment do you live in? And so your medicine will be calculated or tailored towards your particular cancer to be better healed. So precision medicine also uses advanced technologies to analyze health data, and it predicts which treatments are better suited to an individual. We know that non-communicable diseases are becoming more and more common, and that you want the correct medicine to treat your hypertension. You want the correct medicine to treat your headache, for example, and you cannot do that if you do not know the individual. So various other examples of precision medicine include molecular testing of patients with cancer. There are certain genes that are specific to particular cancers. And then the next generation sequence is going to identify large sections of people's genomes. At Makerere University, we now have a biobank that is storing people's genes, including spermatozoa and ovaries, so that the future of medicine will become more and more easy to use. So for cancers that are radiosensitive, again, precision medicine can guide. I won't go into details of this. I wanted to talk about a disease that is really common, which is mental health. And if any of you has a brain in your head, which I believe you do, you could easily develop a mental illness. And so I thought I would spend a little bit more time on this. So WHO defines mental health as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes their own potential and can cope with normal stresses. As the panel went on, I did appreciate that people's, normalcy was going out of range and people were becoming agitated. But thankfully, these people are mentally well. And so we were able to complete the conversation in peace. But there are mental health challenges, including anxiety, depression, panic attacks, the works. And I read a topic in the Daily Monitor in 2022, which said that there were 14 million Ugandans who are mentally ill. But that just translates to 1 out of every 4 people in the world may have a mental illness. This even alerted our Speaker of Parliament, who said that every single parliamentarian needs to go for regular mental health screening. But shouldn't we all be going for mental health screening once in a while? And we know that there are things that can push people into having a mental illness, like drug abuse, addiction to social media, addiction to alcohol, and addiction to other things. And overdoses are becoming more common. There are toxic downers which undermine wellness. And these include multitasking. Some of us may be in this room, but we're actually in another meeting. There's mental fog, there's being out of control. There are time sinkholes, we have deadlines. There are people who are so rigid on their timetables to the extent that now it is 1:36 and people know that they should have had lunch at 12 and they are not listening to me, but please bear with me. So what helps you to enjoy your mental health and well-being as an individual? You may want to think about this carefully. It's really the attitude about self. It's having a purpose in life, and we should all have a purpose in life. Your purpose in life may be to be a spiritualist. Your purpose in life may be to be an educationist. And at this point, I'd like to sound out my friend, Professor Chazike, for starting this conference. So let's give her a big clap. Because much as we never talk about these things, these are very important things. How does health and faith and spirituality interact to enable us to be well mentally. So anxiety is a mood, it's like depression, and it's an impulse to control disorders which can cause you to pick up certain things like alcoholism. So how does artificial intelligence interact with mental health? We know that artificial intelligence can provide therapy. It can provide insights. And the chairman of this session, Mr. Serobide, did mention that young people prefer AI to counsel them, to listen to them. Because why? Healthcare providers are judgmental. Healthcare providers may not have enough time. But if you have an app on your phone that reminds you to stand up, people walk around with Fitbits and they'll be telling you, it's now time to stand. It's time to listen to music. And that is what artificial intelligence can support you to do. Weebot is a robot that is very useful, especially among young people. So, as I said, artificial intelligence in mental health can provide support, it can improve your treatment, it can expand access, it can refer you to a provider, it can also improve training and learning, and keeps analyzing your data. I subscribe to a music app called Spotify. Anyone in this room who listens to Spotify? Okay, please listen to more music, guys. But if you put an app on your phone called Spotify, it will soon start to understand your genre, that you like maybe Christian music, but maybe you like jazz, and that every time you address it, it will help you to pick out the songs that you should be listening to as you drive through the traffic jams of Kampala. I'm not advertising Spotify, but I think it's a really good app. So there are various examples of artificial intelligence in mental health, including Abby. Abby is a companion that uses natural language processing to help people talk through their feelings. Wisa is an AI-led support tool that helps people in their mental health and supports them in cognitive behavioral therapy. So instead of you coming to me, Dr. Chitaka, to tell you breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, Wisa would be able to tell you that. And then there's XAIX, Zia, who's a virtual reality program that uses generative AI to provide mental health support. There are challenges with AI in mental health, and one of these is lack of empathy. If I know you physically, I'll be able to analyze and see your reaction as I speak to you, which an AI tool is not going to tell you. And then there are ethical concerns and even long-term effects. You may get addicted to your robot and keep talking to them, and then people will misunderstand you and think you're mentally unwell. So this is just a diagram of, in the back stream, the machine learning, what it does, and then it brings out the words. Ladies and gentlemen, happiness is all in our mind. We can choose to be happy, and we must stop outsourcing our own happiness. At this point, I'd like you to turn to your neighbor and just give them a big smile. Thank you so much. Smiling is so important. And if you cannot find somebody to make you smile on a daily basis, there is a problem. And if you do not find somebody to make you laugh deeply from your belly, then there is a problem. I'm not saying laugh like a crazy person, but find somebody to make you laugh every day, because it will help you to keep calm and be more resilient. And resilience is a capacity to deal constructively with change or challenges. And as we interact with faith, artificial intelligence, and spirituality, it's important for us to be resilient. But before you build resilience in other people, build resilience in yourself. Be lifelong learners. As academicians, we are told to be lifelong learners. But also we should be mindful, and we should learn to relax there's a meme that keeps going around that in Uganda you're serious alone, and maybe in Africa you're serious alone. But let us learn to relax. It's not that deep. It's always not that deep. And I want us to understand that indeed depression is really common. There are people who are so sad. They are so sad that they want to kill themselves. And we have seen this among the young people. To the parents in this room, please do not let any other child die in your hands. Just because you're mean to them, just because you're pushing the guilt story towards them. Let us identify what depression is and be able to send them to a provider. You're not alone if you feel depressed, and you can improve on your level of depression by exercising on a daily, by getting enough sleep, by avoiding to use drugs. And AI can support you if you have a non-communicable disease by understanding your body size, your body type, by preventing you from sitting for a very long time. Chair, we've been sitting forever and it's not healthy. For those of you with Fitbits, I'm sure your phones have been like sit up, stand up, you've oversat. But just really quickly, non-communicable diseases are those that are not infectious, and they include cardiac disease, diabetes, depression. But underneath there are so many underlying problems, including the food we eat, the toxins that we take in, the toxic thoughts that we have in our minds, and then poor digestion and all the rest of it. And just really clear again, I'd like you to hold your hands together like that and understand that this is the size of your heart. It's not growing bigger. Your heart sits in the left side of your chest. And if you excessively enlarge, you're going to put stress on your heart and you may get hypertensive. So these are risk factors, and I am not going to go through them, but I'd like to say that what we eat is going to determine our long-term outcomes. We have to plan to eat well. There's a story of a gentleman, you can read about him. He's called Brian Johnson. He spends $2 million US every year on a healthy diet. He's currently the most healthy human being physically in the world today. Do we need to spend 2 million shillings to get chefs to plan our diets? In Africa, we have healthy diets and we should utilize them. So this is just a good plate of, and I hope the lunch will be as rich, sorry. But I also thought that the other disease that we usually talk about is sexually transmitted infections, and they are very common, but lots of people suffer from STIs that some of them probably don't even know. These are the common sexually transmitted infections. I chose not to show you the actual rugged images that we see in the hospital, but there are things like genital warts, chlamydia, gonorrhea, genital herpes, HIV, hepatitis, syphilis, non-staphylococcal urethritis, and then trichomonas vaginalis. And every single day, 1 million STIs are acquired worldwide. Did you know that? But you have to protect yourselves. The protection is known and it should be used. HIV is becoming increasingly common and we are worried about the funding. But on a weekly basis, there are 500 girls who become HIV infected in this country. Please do not be part of the people who spread HIV to young people. For young people in the room, please do not acquire HIV if you are not born with it. The various barriers to acquisition of this sexual and reproductive health. And I just wanted to announce that we do have a clinic at Mulago, which is free, in case you choose to come and see a real provider and not artificial intelligence tools. But as parents, we are struggling with this age of parenting our children in the digital era. we've seen these images a lot when you go to a restaurant, couples dating, and both of them are talking to other people, not the ones they came with. So the summary of this is, as we look at health, artificial intelligence, and digitalization, we need to care about us, you as an individual. There are types of self-care, including physical, emotional, social, and spiritual. And it is important that we are all spiritual. How is artificial intelligence used in healthcare? If I was doing an exam, would you all pass the exam at this point? So artificial intelligence can be used in diagnostics and treatment. It can be used in drug discovery. It can be used in patient monitoring. It can provide systems that improve administrative tasks and ultimately improve healthcare. I have my own personal first aid kit, and I hope that each of you can develop your own first aid kit. A is ask for what you want. Be who you say you are. If you say you're Christian, if you say you're Muslim, if you say you're spiritualist, be who you say you are. Care about others, and then dare to live your dream. It's never too late to learn artificial intelligence. So I'd like again to acknowledge the organizing team and my parent department at Makerere University. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not culturally traditional for us to have any comments after the keynote speaker. It's not in order, but just for the purposes of this conference, health and well-being, I'd like to invite only 4 comments, and they must not go beyond 8 minutes. If you have any comment, 4 only. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Good. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. Let's do that in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sabina, for your presentation, and very exciting. I'll go straight to the question. Currently, we have that AI works on the variable data, and much of what it does is limited with that data. So my question is, we are living in a world where we have new infections emerging and very strange even to the medical world. The question is, how useful is the AI to those information which is not available to its use?
Excuse me, should we take question or you answer as they ask?
Because I think. So that's a really, really good question. And I do know that there are emerging diseases that have come up. COVID-19 was one of them, but COVID-19 was related to other SARS-like viruses. So to the extent that even though it was a new disease, they were able to use big data and the platforms for developing a COVID-19 vaccine. You cannot keep reinventing the wheel. You build on what you already know, and then you predict the future. But it takes scientific interest and understanding of, is it a new disease or is it a disease that is reinventing itself?
So much, Chair, to the presenter. Dr. Sabrina, thank you for the work that you're doing, particularly in adolescent health and improving HPV vaccination coverage. My questions are 2, and they're about AI in healthcare. We know that it is both exciting and also scary. An example is HSBC Bank, where they had to lay off staff because AI was able to do what they are doing. So what is your take on the proposals in some journals to accept licensing of AI as certified healthcare providers? That's one. Number 2 is, as AI comes in, and we know that it will replace some of the medical fields that we have, how is the training structured to be able to cater for these advancements in AI. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. First of all, it's not just healthcare providers who are likely to use their jobs to artificial intelligence and robots. I know that today you can do exploratory laparotomy, i.e. operate an abdomen using laparoscopic surgery without the doctor in the room. And that is becoming increasingly common. We are not yet at that point where we are going to be able to do away with a human being because the machines are still learning. I recently had a colleague who had her hysterectomy done by laparoscopic surgery. So it was pinhole and they got in and extracted her uterus transvaginally. And that is fabulous. I know that some of the jobs that are going to be lost really quickly are those that need to take records, because I just need to come and sit in front of a computer, say my name, say my age. So receptionists are likely to lose their jobs really quickly. Bankers and tellers are already losing their jobs to ATMs. So we need to be in a fast-paced society where we strategize for the future. In 10 years from now, artificial intelligence will be taking over a lot of jobs.
Thank you, Doctor. One question and then an opportunity I have. The question relates to the patient's flow. Can AI determine who of those needs urgent attention other than? Opportunity is that as in spirituality, I see an opportunity that if we have an opportunity to feed the computer or that system with the spiritual information, and then it analyzes for us better, I think we might also be a reference whereby if a patient came in and the AI actually finds that it's not a disease and we have fed in where it is an illness, then initially they can refer to a healer. That's an opportunity we can embrace. Thank you very much.
Sure, Dr. Sekaja, those are really good, important points. Now, in terms of patient flow, you know that a symptom is what a patient comes in complaining with. If a patient comes and says, I have a headache, that headache can then be discerned by an app. Is it a central headache? Is it primary headache? Is it a headache from a tooth? Is it a headache what? So the in terms of patient flow, they can send you to a neurologist versus a dental surgeon, depending on the symptoms that you came with. In terms of artificial intelligence and spirituality and Africanism, I think it's important for us to develop big data. You're just the one person and maybe someone else in Malawi who defended their PhD, but we need more PhDs in spirituality and the work that you do so that we can get scientific data for the work you're doing. As long as you don't input it into the cloud, then you're not going to be able to utilize it. So as you collect your patients and clients and they came with, I don't know what they come in with, let's just give an example of the lady who you cured for infertility. If you collect so many of those, you'll then know the reason why you cured her was this, so that then you know when to refer as depending on the diagnosis. But we must collect the data.
I've been given the mic for a final question. This is question number 4, and it's just for gender balance. Thank you very much for your paper. It was really interesting to hear just how much AI could make a difference in the medical provision that you provide. One of my concerns about AI, though, is that in improving human health, and indeed animal health, because vet meds are interested in this area as well, we're actually damaging planetary health. Because as yet we haven't solved the problem of just how much energy our digital world takes, and that the machine learning tools are vast. A colleague of mine in this area says that there's some data out there that suggests that if our UK Prime Minister went forward with his plans for AI, the lights would go out. We'd be plunged into darkness. These machines would keep whirring. So that's to show you the extent. But I'm just really actually that we may be able to fix that. The issue is about the energy that's required. Are we damaging the planet by pursuing AI for our own health? And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that at all.
And indeed, I need to think more deeply about that question. We know that every computer that is produced, a lot goes into producing that computer. Every single component includes mining, making sure that the electricity works, get to developing a computer. And so there's a lot of energy-related questions and climate change-related questions. And the fact that you mentioned even plant science and animal zoonotic and the One Health story requires a lot of energy to store the big data, so to speak. Ultimately, there's going to be those people who use artificial intelligence to support them and those who are left behind. Artificial intelligence is a tool, and the more we use it, the more comfortable we are going to be. But if you go to a home that is completely artificial intelligence supported, you just need to say your name, show your face, the door opens, put on the lights go on. That costs a lot of money, but also a lot of energy. We are not yet at that point here in Africa, especially because we still live in mud and water houses. Most of the rooms don't have air conditioning. And so as we move along, we need to move along quickly but safely. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. It is 2 p.m. and these are key takeaways. Just on a lighter note, find someone who makes you laugh. If I'm married and she doesn't make me laugh, what do I do? And then be mindful of what to eat. Thank you very much. May I now I'd like to invite you to join me once again to thank Dr. Sabrina Chitaka. Can you clap, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to return to the MC. It is 2 p.m. and the rest is your business. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sabrina. Thank you, Chair. That has been a very intriguing and wonderful session. Time is not on our side. We are 1 hour late. Therefore, allow me, by the power invested in me as the chair of this, as the MC of this session, to ask the panelists to lead us to behind there to have our lunch, and the rest of us shall follow. And let us reduce our lunch time from 1 hour to 30 minutes. I know we can do that. And then we come back. And then we shall have the breakaway groups. May God bless our lunch and may we enjoy it. Amen. So, Dr. Yahya, you're leading us, and Dr. Isaac Sheikh, please let us move hand. Oh! Apologies. I know they are fast. Let us now go. Reverend leaders. Behind for lunch.
I got lost, couldn't find my way.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to say. Love can make you cry and make you act so strange. But here I will stay. So every day I cry. It's everything I. You are the one why I love you think about you. But every day I'll see, I'll try to make my heart to cry. To we it pick me up, not be off my feet. I got no way to explain. Still I love. Just from outside. Never see me eye all day. So every day goes by. And every day it makes me wonder why I'm scared, nothing without you. But every day I see, I'll try to make my heart still. But everything is too hard, so stick with you. No. Just have to sleep with you. No. You know. Closing me try again. But I know this condition. How life goes on. And that seems so strange. So the light fades away. Tries on. I can't stop thinking of you. It's my life's work I believe that you. But every day I say I try to make my heart still. To every way to cry. I sense to speak with every day. Every day you trust on everything you yes, heart every day. Every I do. All I hear, all I'll be, everything in this world, all that I'll ever need. It's in your eyes, shining at me. When you smile, I can feel all my passion I hold deep. Your hand This is mine. And the thousand sensations seduce me cause I do cherish you. So my life, you don't have to think twice. Stay with you sleep. On the depths of my soul, it's beyond my control. So it's to you. If you're asking to I do this one first, I do. Oh, baby, things in my world before you. Lived outside my emotions, didn't know where I was going. So that day I found you. How you opened my eyes to a new paradise. You see, in a world you got changed, still with all my heart. Till by the time you did, what do you for the rest of my life, you don't have to think twice. I will stay so my soul. It's beyond my control. I've been so serious to you. If you're asking, do I love you this much? Yes, I do. I do. You're asking, I do. Smell. And the depths of my soul, it's beyond my control. I've waited so long to say this to you. If you're asking to us, let's run to heaven. Baby, I do. They found a place that I call home. I'd never stick around quite long enough to make it. I apologize once again, I'm not in love. But it's not as if I minded your heart ain't exactly breaking. It's just a thought, only a thought. If I this for things and I don't survive, well, I do something more than I get. Cause nothing I is truly mine. Always thought that I would love to live by the sea. To travel the world alone, live more simply. I have no idea what's happened to that dream. Well, there's really nothing else here to stop me. It's just a thought, only a thought. If I this forward and I don't start, well, I just think my plan again. There's nothing else true. So sorry. Where's it And I've been waiting to walk and pray today. So I'll be child. Well, you can I say if life is for us, and I don't want to buy. Well, I just surrender if I guess, 'cause nothing is true. Well, I just surrender. True. True. Nothing I have is true. Nothing I have is true.
histories of medicine and disease and healing. The first panelist is Dr. Valerian Maki Silayo from the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I'm told he's online. Okay, I'm told he will connect within 20 minutes.
It's what else? The other side.
Yes.
Please do that.
Yeah. I have the honor to invite His Royal Eminence Professor Prince Duncan Chiwanuka from the University of Kigali, Rwanda. Your Royal Highness, please come and take your seat. Okay. Yes, you can take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another panelist who is coming this side. He was in the other panel, but he's coming to this side. I hope he's online. He is Miss Patricia Chipangura from Makerere University and Associate Professor Elizabeth Kiazuke from Kyambogo University. They are coming to this panel, I'm told. Yeah, Professor Kiazuke is around. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment, please. Okay. Professor Kiazuke is around. He's going to join us. Now, let me take the honor to introduce Professor Prince Duncan, Prince Wasaja Kiwanuka from the University of Kigali, to come and give us a talk on the historical and cultural evolution of the relationship between spirituality and healing practices in Africa. Your Royal Highness, Professor, you're welcome. ICT, please come and help us connect the computer. ICT, please. I'm happy to note that Dr. Valence is also online. Dr. Valence, can you hear us? Dr. Valence from the University of Dar es Salaam, you are online. Can you hear us? Hello, Dr. Valence. Can you hear us, Dr. Valence? Okay, we shall call on you again. We are going to be presenting for 15 minutes, each of us. And then all of us shall present, and then we shall have moments of exchange at the end of the 3 paper presentations. ICT is still working out Prince's presentation. Patricia, but they are trying to set him up. Excuse me. If you are going to make it, I think we are ready to get going with Prince's presentation. Prince, you're most welcome with your presentation for 15 minutes running.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take this opportunity and I put it in the hands of the Almighty God to bless all of us and give us the potential to appreciate the words we're going to share. And in His name, we all pray. So let it be. I am. That is what I expected. Now, I'm Professor Wasaja Chiwanuka. I'm coming from by the name of probably the title Prince. I come from the royal family of Uganda. In fact, I'm home. It would be me to welcome you. My uncle or the elder brother of my father is just around the corner. I've grown up within the royal circles and appreciating my culture. It is true that I've got an education just like all of us, but I never ever failed to respect who I was. There is a friend of mine that we've studied together, and I'm just appreciating that we're still together. Why do I forget the name? But I remember my brother. Yes, Mukwana. We were together at Makerere University in our first degree, and I think he's here and serving very well in Kyambogo University. I come from the University of Kigali, where I'm leading the Directorate of Languages, Modern Languages. I'm also a founder of Royal Open University, which is an online institution here and attached to Mutesa One Royal Institution. In the spiritual sense, I've gone through multiple training, some of which has been informal, but I'm happy to also have taken a step to go into formal training. I was once almost the reason as to why I am not my neighbor's son. I'm just getting closer because we look at things that are far from us. But I'm not my neighbor. My neighbor has a father. He's not my father. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about spirituality and where we are right now, we need to accept that when we identified some of these issues along the path of my development, I accepted that all cultures, and in the word culture, that is spirituality. Therefore, I can contextualize this in a sense that, yes, we do have what we call African spirituality. We can also have Jewish Christianity, Roman Christianity, American Christianity is not Islam per se, that's a religion per se, but if I can say, is it Islam spirituality? Yes. It is Islam spirituality. These spiritualities are there. What we know about African spirituality and they're Africans. They accept that. Now, the point is this. If I am a Muganda, I have a belief. The first thing is being a Muganda is even a belief. How am I different from my brother from Malawi? Or my brother from Zimbabwe? How? But I believe in the story that makes me a Muganda. The first concept of accepting culture, we have already entered into belief. Okay? And how do we believe that we're Uganda? There is a story. The origin of Uganda story. Now let me educate those who are not from Uganda. Uganda say. In our region, the first Muganda or the first man on earth was Chintu. Have you ever heard of that story? Chintu went to heaven to get a wife, be complete. He had to go to heaven and pick a wife. Now, I want us to study this not as we have been told in nursery schools, but I want us to get a connection of how the physical meets the spiritual. Chintu, a real person, as the story narrates, found on earth with his cow, goes to heaven, getting the now ascend to heaven to get attached to the spiritual components of heaven and picks a wife to make him complete. That can also, I want to believe right now, people will say maybe they copied from. But I want to believe, as I said, every community has its story. The Jews have theirs in the Bible. Our story is that a man who is from earth goes to heaven, and then what happens? Now, this is the origin of everything. It's not just the origin. This story does not tell us the origin of Uganda only, of people. It also tells us who we spiritually should understand first, our spiritual beginning of our spirituality, but also
Dr. Kiwanuka, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, this story will give me whatever I need to. Now, what happens when Chintu goes in heaven? Chintu comes back with 2 brothers. The first one is called Walumbe, and the second one is called Yikuzi. Both of them comes from heaven. The first one, Walumbe, is the one who is associated with all sicknesses, illnesses, and death. And the second one, our Jesus, Yikuzi. We also have our Jesus. We don't have to go in the Bible or elsewhere to pick a Savior Redeemer. The point is simple. Along the way, we believe that there is a spiritual realm which we appreciate, and it has all solutions. Appreciate what we have around us, but the basis is, first of all, appreciate everything around us. Because that is when we bring in the natural part of it and the herbal aspects along the way, if I had a lot of time to explain. Then, the basis of each and every existence, including the nature we see around us, is the soul that sits in it. It is the basis of all the cures relating to what we've talked about in the story. Now, let me just summarize with this concept of Rubare. It has become so mysterious that we have come to hate things we don't know. Accordingly, we don't have what we call in science classical elements of fire, we have earth, we have water, we have rocks, blah, blah. All those are known in science. Now, what our judges, who are not so academic, did was to know the existence and the needs, the importance of these classical elements, and give them attributes, give them names. So under our spirituality, so many people are asking, who is Mukasa, who is Musoke, who is Chitinda, who is Musisi? We are addressing the elements of nature. We are not addressing God. Musoke is not Katonda. Musisi is not Katonda. There. Chiwanuka, my name. I do believe that I was born. Who is Chiwanuka? Chiwanuka is a teacher. Chiwanuka wanula amagezi. And being a professor is not a mistake. Because I'm just fitting
In what I was born, before being born, I was a teacher. And this is what we are saying. You are Martin, you are Jane, you are. What does that qualify you in the spiritual realm? What we do is that what we call kunonya lubale, kukola lubale. We are trying to discover our spiritual personalities. That is what has gone into confusing people, and in that we are trying to balance the Chiwan, the Chintu, and the Nambi aspects of us. The spiritual realm and the physical realm that we live in. So we do use the practices that Dr. Sekaja gave us, appeasing our Creator, venerating those who came before us, whom we call ancestors, and also nourishing our spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us all to know that I will not go deep into appreciating that the beginning part of going into a Harpo starts with, first of all, accepting in totality that we do individually and from the position of our manifestation. You have 2 minutes. Yes, that is my summary. Exactly. But in us, we do individually have, you do not have to belong to a specific kind of setup or religion to understand God, if you call it that. But it is the point of appreciating your totality as a physical and the spiritual element, and searching for your, please search for your soul to connect you to God. That is how we can do a lot of things, including miracles, healing ourselves, and the rest. I want to thank you so much. Maybe another time we shall have more extended discussion, but I call upon any questions in line with what I've said. Briefly, I thank you, and God bless us. Thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. We are going to present in a succession of presenters successively, and then we shall have comments. So you can keep Professor Kiwanuka's comments and questions. When the time comes, you'll ask them. Personally, I have no problem with him because he has chosen completely where he belongs. African spirituality. My challenge with those who find themselves African spirituality and then also Christianity. The two cannot merge. Or African Christianity with spirituality and then Islam. I have a problem with those people. But those are just my ideas. You have your own. I have another person who will be joining me to my panel. Namutu, Dr. Namutu May. I'm the one who's going to chair your panel, your presentation. Please come forward. I am chairing a panel where Dr. Valence, you can take it, where Dr. Valence, who is online, is supposed to present. Dr. Valence, are you online? Dr. Valence?
Yes, I am online.
Okay, now let us deal with the people who are here. In addition to Dr. Namutu, we have Professor Kiazike, who is making a joint presentation with Miss Patricia from Makerere University. Valence, can you hear us? Are you online? Dr. Valence, are you online?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. We are very, very glad to hear you. We are immediately calling you to make your presentation within 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes.
Much appreciated.
Yes, I will be interrupting you after 10 minutes to warn you and then tell you to conclude within 2 minutes. Dr. Valence, you are most welcome to give us your presentation on spiritual practices and well-being among the Chaga, insights from colonial ethnographic artifacts from Kilimanjaro region at the Leiden Museum. So you're most welcome to give your presentation, Dr. Valence.
We are listening.
Thank you very much. Beautiful. Colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this conference and with this beautiful and very insightful topic. I'm so excited to see what the participants are going to think about it, especially when we go back to spirituality and try to mix it up with modernity and everything. So I really appreciate, and I'm ready now to present my topic. Is it possible if I can share my screen?
Yes, please do.
But it's telling me the host has to allow me to share my screen.
ICT, please, can you, I think you've been allowed to share. You can now share.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, I think there we are. Okay, thank you very much. As colleagues, as my chairperson said, I'll be presenting about spiritual practices and well-being of the Kaga, insights from ethnographic artifacts from Kilimanjaro region of Linden Museum. For some of us who have been in Tanzania or in the northern part of Tanzania, Kilimanjaro is one of the regions is found in the northern part of Tanzania and is inhabited by the Chaga people, as my screen shows. The Chaga people, they said these are indigenous communities that are found in the Kilimanjaro region in Tanzania. They have a rich history of spiritual practices intertwined with their daily lives, social structures, cosmology, and the like. Colonial ethnographic artifacts, including those housed at Linden Museum in Germany, offer a valuable insight into the cultural and spiritual life of this particular community that we're talking about, particularly about their well-being. These artifacts, which often include ritual tools, ceremonial objects, clothing, and photographs, are vital for understanding the intersections between spirituality, health, and community life among the African societies, and particularly the Chaga community before the intrusion of the colonialism. We say that the Chaga's spiritual practices were traditionally rooted in their belief into the power of their ancestors and reverence to nature. These two have to intertwine, the nature and the ancestors. The central to their cosmology was the belief in multi-layered universe, where Rua, their god, holds a major force that governs both the material and immaterial world. The Chaga believed in close connection between the living, the ancestors, and the natural world. The spiritual practices among the Chaga has a huge connection. When we talk about the ancestors, for example, were revered and seen as active participants in the lives of their descendants. Active participants in the lives of their descendants. Rituals and ceremonies were performed to honor these ancestors, seek their guidance, and ask for protection or blessings, particularly related to fertility, health, and prosperity. Sacred objects like ritual balls, ceremonial knives, and carved figures were integral in this practice and process. When we talk of healing and spiritual well-being, which also includes for them, for the Chaga, includes all the rites of passage. We delve into the Chaga ritual world, which had a rich tradition of herbal medicines and spiritual healings, often managed by designated healers or diviners. These individuals had deep knowledge of medicinal plants and spiritual rituals believed to cure physical and spiritual ailments. Healing ceremonies, which often involved prayers, chants, and offerings, were intended to restore balance and harmony within the community. While for the ritual, for the rites of passage, the Chaga also had engaged in significant rites of passage, such as initiation into adulthood, marriage, and death, all of which had spiritual significance. But when it now comes to the religious syncretism, linking it to the colonial collections, that the arrival of the missionaries and colonial powers in Tanzania and Kilimanjaro per se led to the introduction of modern religions, so to speak, Christianity, Islam, and other modern religions, which was often blended with Chaga traditional beliefs to some point. While some Chaga adopted Christianity, others incorporated Christian elements into their tradition, their indigenous spiritual practices, resulting in syncretic religious systems combining new and traditional beliefs. Looking into the colonial collections and African spirituality, when we talk of colonial collections, is this we refer to the practices which was not very good that was done by the colonial officers to collect all African material culture, which include our spiritual tools, and take them to Europe. And sometimes they were doubled as demonic or objects that are not fit for human civilization. Surprisingly, they took them and they are hiding them here in Europe. So when we look into this collection, huge collection, we see and we can read the richness in the African spirituality, African healing practices. The ritual, for example, when we talk about the ritual objects, we look at the objects such as carved wood figures, ceremonial masks, and ritual paraphernalia collected during colonial expeditions. These are all crucial in understanding the Chaga beliefs. These artifacts were used in healing ceremony, initiation rites, and other ritual maintaining spiritual and physical healing of the people. When you look at the photograph collections at the Linden Museum, the photos that were taken during colonial invasion shows the practices that the Chaga people participated in, spiritual practices of wearing ceremonial attire, offer a visual window into the community's cultural and spiritual life. We say in today's life, the spiritual practice and well-being of the Chaga community. In today's life, the Chaga maintain aspects of their traditional spiritual practices, though they have also been influenced by modernity, as I say, for the spirit of Christianity and Islam. In many cases, these spiritual practices are considered integral to individual and community well-being. Healing, in particular, remains a key part of the Chaga's approach to health, and many people still turn to herbal remedies, traditional healers, and spiritual rituals in conjunction with the Western medicine. The ethnographic artifacts that were robbed or looted in Africa, and the Tanzania and Kilimanjaro in particular, and similar objects offer an essential opportunity for contemporary scholars and Chaga descendants to reflect on the continuity and transformation of spiritual practices in the context of well-being. To conclude my talk, we say that the Chaga spiritual practices, as revealed through colonial ethnographic material, offer a profound insight into the ways in which spirituality, healing, and well-being are intertwined. These practices were not only about individual health, but were embedded in a broader cosmological understanding of the interconnectedness of the people, ancestors, and the environment.
Dr. Valens, you have
While
5
colonial
minutes. 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. While colonial perspectives often misrepresented and misinterpreted or misunderstood our indigenous practices, these artifacts remain valuable for understanding how the Chaga navigated their world spiritually and how they continue to navigate their cultural and spiritual identity today. Colleagues, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Valens, for that presentation. Again, as I noted, members in the plenary, in the auditorium, please note your comments and questions for Dr. Valens. When time comes, you will present them. I now have the honor to invite Dr. Namudu May to make her presentation on faith, belief, and trust in the state of health care interventions, an analysis of the community dialogues on massive vaccination in Uganda. Dr. May, you have 15 minutes to make your presentation. I will interrupt you after the 10th minute. Tell you that you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. May Namudu from the field of applied linguistics with a specialty of communication skills, and I'm grateful to be one of the presenters of this conference, the Health, Good Health, and Well-being. I want to begin by saying, re-emphasizing that, by the way, before I continue, I will not use the slides because of time. So allow me just to explain my study. And I want to re-echo that good health is crucial for well-being. And in that context, in times of health crisis, where there is always an environment of uncertainty due to severe epidemic outbreak, state health interventions are equally crucial. Additionally, community participation has increasingly been highlighted as an important aspect in addressing various health issues. This is because they can lead to adherence to treatment as a result of understanding and trust, but more particularly, it is crucial in shaping and guiding the health interventions. So, notably in Uganda, amidst the health crisis, there have been several public and government health interventions, but mass immunization has been regarded as one of the most outstanding, cost-effective interventions for promoting public health. In this regard, in my study, as the topic reads, I went out to investigate the community faith, belief, and trust in the state health interventions with a case or with a study in focusing on mass immunization as the case study. And this was through exploring the community dialogues. So as the motivation of my study was motivated by the government concern, where it has embarked on safeguarding its public through the comprehensive vaccination campaigns with an aim of eliminating the effects of the diseases in the community. And the problem is that although the growing need and benefits of mass immunization have been emphasized, there is still an ongoing observation where many households in the communities are still hesitant to the vaccines to the extent of rejecting mass immunization. This does not only affect the individual health, but also it is difficult to cap down the disease since the unimmunized people might end up reinfecting the community. So in the effort to enhance mass immunization, local leaders and health workers have been involved, and government has set conditions to forcefully vaccinate the target population. So to this extent, the question of faith, belief, and trust pops up frequently. And to enhance adherence to mass immunization, this paper or this study advocates for the view that it's not just a matter of inserting the interventions, but there must be a review mirror for the intervention that applies well to the community. So this study went out to focus on the faith, trust, and belief of the community as factors that are very crucial in accepting the intervention. Due to the interest of time, I will not explain these three aspects, but notably, it is important to say that these interventions help to facilitate adherence to treatments. As the theory that guided this study was based on the trust confidence cooperation model that was developed by Ayer et al. 2012, and the theory is conceptualized on the basis that community trust must support the state interventions for cooperation with the public in order to control the disease outbreak. So basing on this theory and putting these three aspects together, the study went out to investigate if the community belief, faith, and trust, as expressed in their dialogues, supported mass immunization. To meet the aim of this paper, the study followed a qualitative approach. It was conducted in Mukoro municipality. There are justifications for that methodology. The sample consisted of both men and women, and the sample size, since this is still an ongoing study, will be determined at the saturation point. Data was analyzed thematically and revolved around the community faith, belief, and trust. And as the significance of this study, by analyzing these three aspects, the paper contributes to the understanding of their effectiveness in enhancing community adherence to mass immunization. So the interviews and questionnaires were the forms of data collection, and they were only given if the researcher got informed consent from the respondent. So these are the findings. For each of the respondents, the analysis begins by identifying their awareness of any epidemic that prompted mass immunization. Thereafter, the study ascertains whether respondents adhered to mass immunization when those diseases came up. And thirdly, their faith, trust, and belief are ascertained. So these are the findings. When asked about their awareness of any epidemic, all the respondents so far indicate that they are very aware of mass immunization as responsive to diseases such as COVID-19, polio, hepatitis B, meningitis, rubella, measles, tetanus, yellow fever, etc. So which indicates high awareness of this government intervention. When asked whether they had adhered to mass immunization during the disease outbreak, all respondents indicated that they had received at least one or two of the vaccination, which indicates that there is high adherence to mass immunization. Thirdly, when respondents were asked to give their view of their faith, belief, and trust on mass immunization, the findings were as follows. Regarding their faith, majority of the respondents acknowledged that faith calls for human responsibility in taking preventative measures, so they expressed their adherence to mass immunization as a divine guidance to support the health interventions that are geared towards promoting health. So in this way, faith encourages mass immunization. However, on the contrary, there were some few extremists who emphasized the power of believing in the scriptures and only trusting God for health and well-being. Eventually, this causes rejection of mass immunization. So altogether, on the findings of faith, the findings suggest that although the community faith had a component of rejecting mass immunization, it largely remains positive, as majority of the respondents had no objection to it. In their belief, respondents generally believe that immunization can be an effective tool in promoting well-being, and this belief was attributed to the long stay over the years as a reliable health practice, and more so to their education background, during which immunization has been emphasized as a health promotion practice. So respondents believed that they were taught about it, and which makes it worthy to be adhered to. However, in their belief, respondents expressed some differences. It was found that besides having stayed long as a health practice, majority of the respondents had been taken for immunization since childhood, and this greatly influenced their belief for mass immunization. However, some few claimed that as adults, since their childhood, they had not been taken for immunization, so they were not sure of the effectiveness of the vaccine. So since now they were adults, they choose to reject it. So the findings on the belief indicates that although majority of the although belief had a component of rejecting mass immunization, it greatly supports it, as majority of the respondents had no objection to it. Lastly, regarding the trust, the study found that although respondents believe that immunization is beneficial, majority of them expressed perceptions of lack of trust, with a feeling that there is a hidden negative agenda behind mass immunization. They regard the vaccine as harmful and therefore doubted the morality of the practice. One of the members in this category expressed that in the case of COVID-19, mass immunization for those who were immunized and those who were not immunized were all found to be okay. So the question that respondents raised was the COVID-19 vaccine necessary? And this has greatly caused a big barrier to the consecutive mass immunization campaigns. So, and this were the majority. Although the findings indicate a big adherence to mass immunization, respondents expressed that it was not out of their willingness, but due to the forceful conditions that government set. For example, it would serve as an international travel requirement. So although majority of the respondents expressed distrust in mass immunization, the few who resist the reasons for distrust strongly oppose the idea that there is a hidden negative agenda behind it, and respondents in this category generally express no issues of distrust. Instead, they appeared to see mass immunization as having a place in health promotion. And one respondent in this category said that mindset is everything in acceptance. Ugandans are ever lamenting. They just want to oppose the government. This eventually affects their trust. So from the findings of the study, the community trust in mass immunization, the analysis reveals
Dr.
that
May, you have 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
although respondents expressed immunization as beneficial, majority of them lacked trust regarding the vaccine. Notably, this greatly makes the ongoing mass immunization a hard decision to make. So to sum up, the study brings together the three aspects, and overall, the study reveals that although these three aspects have different aspects that they emphasize in adhering to mass immunization, one idea that comes out so vividly is that they were all found beneficial in helping community to go for mass immunization. So all were, they had elements to support of mass immunization. However, they expressed challenges that interfered with their adherence. So, notably, the study notes that although faith and belief elements had aspects of rejecting mass immunization, I said faith and belief, they largely support it, as majority of the respondents in their faith and belief adhered to it. Trust was found to be an aspect that posed a barrier to community adherence. So from the study, it is concluded that while faith and belief largely enhance mass immunization, majority of the respondents do not have trust in it. This eventually causes rejection, and this indicates that trust is very key in acceptance. So the study will make further recommendations, but for now, there is a need to redesign the mass immunization campaign so as to address the community needs and hence improve the decision making for mass immunization. In general, effective communication skills need to be strengthened among health workers to address the various issues that affect community trust on mass immunization. Also, there is need for health education that aims at informing rather than creating fear among the community. And lastly, there is a general need for health communication campaigns to increase understanding of the benefits of mass immunization and the vaccine side effects. I thank you so much. And I don't know, by show of hands, I want to see how many of you have responded to mass immunization. Of the ongoing mass immunization campaigns for any diseases. COVID. Okay. So from this study, is there anybody, from this conference, is there anybody who has never received vaccination of any of the diseases that have prompted mass immunization? Is there anybody who has never received at least one? I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. May, for that presentation on a very contentious issue in our community. I have the honor to invite Professor Elizabeth Kiazike. She is jointly presenting with Patricia. Professor, is Patricia online?
Yeah, somehow, yes, sir.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce to you Professor Elizabeth Kiazike from Kyambogo University, who is presenting on museum objects of spiritual value and contemporary practices, the case of Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences and the Uganda National and the National Museum of Uganda. Professor, you're most welcome to make your presentation. It will take 15 minutes, but at 10 minutes, I will remind you that you have 5 minutes left to conclude.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'll start by, for me, I'll use my time, even 5 minutes. So I want people to use part of my time to stretch, because Dr. Sabrina told us we need to cater for our wellness. Dr. Jane, what is the stretching mechanism we can use? Please stand up and stretch. You can make letter K. Starting, it is my name, my first letter K. Even if it is per second, at least that's good enough. Thank you so much. I wanted to pick our paper from where Dr. May ended up on the issue of trust. We have labored since morning to talk about all our different, I would say, faith, beliefs, and all that. How much do we trust in what you say? We will labor to convince people maybe to get into that. Patricia Kipangura is a PhD student at Makerere University, and I'm the principal supervisor. His PhD thesis is mainly about rethinking knowledge production in materiality at the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences. I'll not so much follow the slides that she prepared because I've read the thesis and this paper is coming from this. So many of them I'll be skipping them. What was it for? Okay. So maybe just as part of the background to this paper, I'll use the Uganda Museum, since in the paper we are comparing the Uganda Museum and the Zimbabwe Museum of Human Sciences. One of the critical issues in terms of museum practice is that museum practice are rooted in colonialism. And one of the things that we are laboring with right now is to really conceptualize the meaning of the term heritage. What is heritage? I've seen this morning everybody is laboring to portray what they intend, like they understand as part of their heritage, as part of their past. In Uganda locally, when you talk about heritage, someone thinks about Ebyomuwango. And then my question is, and I have Zain in the house, what about Indian heritage you are dealing with? Indians are Ugandan nationals. Do we ever think about their past, their architecture, the part of their history as part of our heritage? When you talk about your heritage, you want to think about yourself as a Muganda, a Musoga, a Mutoro, a Mwat. What about the Indian heritage? Because these are Ugandan nationals. What about colonial heritage? If you have been following this week, last week, there was a petition concerning renaming the streets of Kampala. Colville Street, Siyadi Barre Sijui, these streets, I think the Ugandans won the case that they should be renamed. Very soon they might be called Lubale Heritage Road, for Reverend Lubale's name. I'm using it as an example. So by renaming them, does that change anything? Does that make them cease to be part of our heritage? And it is in this kind of thinking, which is colonial, that the colonialists started what we call museums. Today, Dr. Sekaja talked about starting a museum. Look at the history of the museums, like the Uganda National Museum. The Uganda Museum started as a collection point at today where you see the old Kampala Mosque at Port Lugard. From there, it was transferred to Makerere University at Margaret Trowell School of Industrial and Fine Arts, and later on transferred to Kamocha, where it is today. It was initially used, I would say, to arrest what the colonialists believed were fetishes. All these things people have talked about this morning concerning traditional practices. And that is why if you look at the history, the Uganda Museum initially was called the House of Fetishes, Nyumba ya Mayeni. That was its original name. So how do we relate with this house? Maybe, and Patricia's work comes out from here in the Museum of Natural Sciences in Zimbabwe. That usually in the museums we have collections. And we have these experts here, our students of cultural heritage, these institutes here in the universities, go to the fields, collect material, display the material without necessarily consulting the people who are part of this heritage. So sometimes you go to the museums and you find things they have displayed. The descriptions on them are actually wrong just because they do not involve the communities where they source the material. So the gist of these spaces is on that, to rethink how we produce knowledge through the displays we put in the museums. And the conversation is we should involve the people. If, for instance, you go into, like I see in the Uganda National Museum, they have lots of display. And in this paper, she talks about the displays of Nakaima and all that. What is the original understanding of the people who believe in Nakaima, for instance, or the people who made the pottery that we have in the museum, who made the stone tools that we have in the museum? One of the challenges we have in as far as museum practice is concerned is that for us, I would say the elites, we tend to think we know more about these things than the people who produced them. And this paper is trying to look at that using a decoloniality lens. So how do we decolonize the museum practices such that they can represent what the people who made or who believe in these things or who produced the materials? Because one thing we also need to notice that not everything that is in museums or heritage is not about worship. Much as, of course, this conference is so much about faith and healing, our heritage is not necessarily about worship. And this, for me, this is the key thing that I want us to address. How do we tell people out there that heritage is not about traditional religion, it's not about spirituality and everything? Because in most cases, what we have in the museum, people will say, yeah, those are things of long ago and all that. So in terms of the background, this is what really this paper is about. It talks about this Museum of Zimbabwe of Human Sciences, formed in 1901, initially called Queen Victoria, opened up in 1903, and today it is located in the capital city of Harare. This is the Ghana Museum, which I've already talked about, and talks about the ongoing debates. Right now we have a new definition of what a museum should be, and this should be a non-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researchers collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage, open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of the communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. That is as far as ICOM 2022 conference was concerned. The problem, I've already stated it, it's about rethinking the way we keep collections in the museums, and the objectives of the paper is try as much as possible to include the indigenous communities when museums are collecting material and curating materials that they have in these museums. And I said we are using a decoloniality lens. The methodology is really using interviews and compiling biographies about these objects. I think you saw even the ones of Valence. Some of these objects maybe would want to know what they are, how they came in, what do they mean in as far as what is collected is concerned. At the Uganda Museum, there's a collection we call the Luzira head. I don't know who knows the Luzira head in this house. I have my bottle of water. And it is not Zaina, you cannot respond to this because I'm your teacher. Please keep quiet. The rest, there's a Luzira head in the Uganda Museum. What does it stand for? What is it? Members, the Luzira head, it is a clay like figurine which was identified when they were constructing the Luzira prison in 1920s. What we have in the museum is a replica, and the actual object is actually in one of those European museums. So we have quite a number of collections, and maybe those would require their biographies to be written. So he's summarizing the findings that in many of these areas like Zimbabwe, they came up with laws to stop this kind of belief in some of these materials, and she talks about these religious powers, and some of these are parts of she's describing the other artifact which we saw. These are also collections from the Nakaima tree, which she says is believed to have the powers to cure smallpox. I think some of these require further investigations, and I'll take you lastly to the discussion because of the time. UNESCO has provided guiding principles for the inclusion of indigenous baby knowledge practices.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much. And okay, it says that according to Nelson Abiti, this is a curator at the Uganda National Museum, his personal experiences with the displays of ethnographic objects labeled as fetishes brought in some challenges on what practical ways were to be used regarding redressing colonial injustices and to present the objects to contemporary audience in an acceptable way. And as I said, one of the ways that we have in all these faiths or beliefs we have seen today, we have seen those who use the Quran. We had here Pastor Semper, we had here Dr. Sabrina, and we have a group here for, I think, escorting Professor Chwanka here. The issue is, how do you practically portray these different beliefs and ensure that people can accept the ways? To what extent can they be acceptable? That is why today they were asking people, you said you were called, who called you? And no, and I don't want to take you back. Dr. Sekaja here was saying, I got a calling from who? Maybe for after lunch. but of course they were there. So one of the things is that how do we display them in an acceptable way and convince each other, like of course other people are trying to do. So indigenous narratives really help us to prove the agents of these ethnographic objects in the museums, but they have a lot of meaning, and for us to be able to explore this meaning, I think we need to interrogate and interface with the people who were part of this kind of history. Members, thank you so much. This is what I can say.
Thank you so
on
much,
behalf of
Professor.
Patricia.
In 12 minutes, you've made your presentation. Now it's time for us, we are coming to the plenary, really to give our comments about these presentations. For presentation, to remind you, the first presentation came from Prince Chuanka, Professor, and his presentation was largely focused on African spirituality. He's an advocate of African spirituality and not a mixture. And then we had Dr. Valence, who talked about the spirituality of the Chaga in the colonial contexts, and then also hinted on spiritual syncretism, which was the hallmark of some of the presentations I had in the morning. Islam here, and then African spiritual healing here, etc., as we had in the morning. Then we have had Dr. Namudu, who has presented on the contentious issue of vaccination and the attendant reality of anti-vaxxers. I know some anti-vaxxers. One of them is the leader of the United States. Recently, he took back all those people who had been expelled from their jobs, from being anti-vaxxers to their jobs with effect. Then we've had Professor Kyazke on museum practice in Uganda and the presentation she has made. We would like to give in our comments, reflections. You will direct your question to any of these. Just for me, a question from me to Professor Kiwanuka. How does your spirituality connect to healing? And another question to Dr. Valence, who is online. What is his opinion on religious syncretism and apostasy, which was portrayed by our people in Chaga, and which is continually being portrayed by people even in the current age? What is your opinion about religious spiritual syncretism and apostasy, which was done by the Chaga people as you presented? For Dr. Namdu, a question for you. What do you think about those anti-vaxxers? Your personal opinion. Should they have rights to think, maybe make a choice? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin with... Can we have somebody moving around? I'm going to pick questions. This session is going to take 20 minutes because we are combining all the 4 presentations. And
thank you very much for all presenters. I'll just have a simple question the way you've asked. For me, I'll start with Prince Kiwanuka. You are more advocating for African spirituality, which is more embracing. And Africa has different cultures and different stories about the originality of humankind and even the other explanation. But in your illustration, you use on a Chintu, which could be one of the explanation in African history and the other things. How could you convince other cultural contexts and the people beyond the Uganda to embrace your views to advocate if you're excluding and only focusing on Uganda? Number one for you. For Balance, I would go from what the chair has raised. For me, I have a problem with the use of the religious syncretism, because syncretism is everywhere in any religion. Any religion is syncretic, any religion. And secondly, in Africa, the people we have, they're a product of migration. And they're migrating, they are bringing their different religious beliefs, culture to other people. In one way, they are being syncretic. So how do you define only Christianity, the coming of Christianity indigenous as syncretic? That's a question I have for that one. For Dr. May, only one thing. Have you ever considered the resistance that people are rejecting vaccination to the current conspiracy theory related to vaccination that are circulating in the media, and how they're impacting on people, related to people that talk about vaccine has some effects, negative, they intended to eliminate people, they want to stop people to have their children, and in Africa, children is part of the wealth and their identity. Have you ever considered in your research to include those elements that are more dominant now? Then I'll finish with the last presentation by Professor Elizabeth. The interesting part is the debate we have in Africa that is paining me. We are more decolonizing. Decolonizing simply we won't consider, can you include us? We are bringing inclusivity. But at the same time, in this debate of inclusivity, we have a tendency of excluding us. Are we really heading to address the issues that we are facing in the modern continent, where we have different identities and different people with different races, so that we can come up with an embraced position to deal with issues that we're facing? Thank you.
Thank you. Hands up, please. Dr. Sekaja.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two issues. One is with you, Chair, if you accept, where you really are giving statements that are confusing spirituality with religion, that you cannot belong to both. I think to me that's a misleading statement. Spirituality is universal. Religion is a packaging of spirituality. So, and that packaging has a cultural content. So, the culture, it's like water. It can be packaged in Renzori bottle, spazio. It remains water. And if you prefer the packaging of Renzori, it does not exclude the other one being water. So, that's my concern, sir. And now, the next one is just a general to all, especially to Professor Chazike and the one with Professor Chiwanuka. We have artifacts and regalia that were taken by colonialists. Some of them are being returned either at our request or at their demand, because they have failed to contain them. And some of them feel those things should be taken back. So when an artifact and regalia has a spiritual value, that spiritual value has conditions at times and maintenance. I'll give an example. If Professor you allow.
Let them be questions, please, yes, and comments.
Yes.
Don't give presentation.
Yes.
Because we have little time.
Now, Professor Luzuka, his regalia, what is putting on? If I just drafted it and put it on like with those colors, would it have the same powers?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay. You can have the microphone. Then after you, she will have it.
Thanks very much for your allowing me to ask questions or where I'm not clear. The first presenter, in fact, I don't know how your research problem has been addressed by the results of your study. How does your research problem been addressed by the results of your study? Because I think focusing only on one tribe is a generalization. So how does these results address the research problem? Secondly, on this one, the second presenter who talked about spiritual practices among the Chaka people. What's the contribution of this study to academic? What's the contribution of your study to academic? I got by another one is Professor Elizabeth. Yes, she decided to have museums from two museums, of course, but she did not justify why having two museums. There are so many museums in these countries. Why only these two museums? What's the implication of rethinking of these museums towards the improvement of museums? I understand you have used the decolonization theory as a lens to study, but you haven't explained how decolonization theory as a lens used in this study has worked on your findings. Thank you.
I think when she makes her submission, we shall come and attend to the questions of her given.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I would like to begin by appreciating all the presenters for their informative presentation. In fact, if you are not careful, you might leave this place a spiritual person, yet you came in a different way. So my first question goes to Dr. or Professor Wasaja. What are some of the challenges you faced as a spiritual practitioner and scholar? Because when you look at people's presentation, you find that spirituality and spiritual healing has a lot for people's well-being. But at the end of it all, we know that in our country, for example, Uganda, it's not legally accepted, and there is quite a negative attitude towards it. So what are some of the challenges? Then the other presenter, Dr. Namudu, did you try to find out why there are so many of these vaccinations and vaccines, even in absence of any threats? Because it's part of what makes people have a negative attitude. Today you are immunizing young girls of hepatitis, tomorrow malaria, the other day COVID. Did you try to find out from the medical practitioners why there are so many? And then presenter from Tanzania who talked about these spiritual objects. Why does he think that these colonialists were afraid of these spiritual objects? Why did they have to capture them? And if these objects contain spiritual powers, why didn't they do anything and let these Europeans just why didn't anything happen to stop them from taking these spiritual objects? Then to Professor Elizabeth, she talked about something to do with decoloniality, which is now a new wave in academia. So my question is, if something has a colonial element, and if colonialists have been part of our history, does it stop them from being part of our heritage? Like she talked of the renaming of the roads, but the colonialists were here. They named these roads, and having those names on the streets is an indication that we had this part of history, and this is what came out of it. So does the coloniality only mean leaving out whatever is not ours, even though it was part of our history? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Let us have response from our presenters, beginning in the order in which they presented, beginning with Professor Kiwanuka, followed by Dr. Valence online, followed by Dr. Namudu, and finally Professor Kiazike will respond to the issues raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question, it came from you.
Yes.
How does spirituality connect to healing? For those who followed,
We
I
have
want
2
to
minutes
relate
each
clearly.
to make these responses, 2 minutes each.
Thank you.
At most 2.5.
Yes, and I'm going to connect this with the second questions because along the way, there are questions that I tried to relate in the origin story. And of course, also comes to the questions that asking me why one tribe. As I said, we are all Africans, but we belong somewhere. That's the beginning part of it. But the most other important aspect is that this is a research discussion whereby we are accepted to have these studies. So the case study was on Buganda, but that doesn't mean that other tribes don't have origin stories. And I want to be very systematic in whatever I'm saying today. What we see in the Bible, in general, is it Genesis? I've already forgotten. It is an origin story of a particular community. It is not the origin story of my people. So let that be very clear. And it is your decision, just like people who have turned against their color and decided they talked about them, that I'm no longer African despite of my coming from Africa. Now the point is, the acceptance that we do have two entities within us, the spiritual aspect, I'm relating to the question, and the physical aspect, and knowing the power of the soul, which is the spiritual or the intangible part of us. Most of the diseases, as we've been educated, emanate from there. Failure to recognize our real identity. We are in identity crisis. We cannot fathom what is taking place. We do not know why things are not working out, and that can be explained along the lines of spirituality and then the physical realm as it has been explained otherwise. Now, I'm relating again to, yes, other tribes, as I said, including the one from Malawi. I know that in Malawi, one of the biggest tribes is Chichewa. Am I right? They have their story of how the matchsticks, how God brought the spider. You know that story. And it relates very well to the people and how they connect to God. It is true that if we go back in time and trace the originality of our existence, we can be able to know when to connect and not just allude to all the stories around. Because Indians are there. They have their stories. Very beautiful stories. Let me just hint on the artifact.
Less than a minute.
Yeah, less than a minute. And then the question of legality. I just want to let you know that one, according to the efforts of some of the people in this room, like Dr. Sekaja, now there is what we call Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act in Uganda, which can fathom or can take in some of the contributions we are making both in the spiritual healing in that line and the herbal healing in the other, in one way. And in fact, we are working close with Dr. Nambatia to make sure that the spiritual aspect is also integrated. And I want to believe Dr. Sekaja, we are coming to see how we work towards making this solid thing work
For the museum, let it be very clear. A museum is a sacred place. Why? It holds a lot of knowledge that comes from those who came before us. And it is very true from what you say. All the artifacts and regalia that comes, just like you say, this regalia means a lot because of the color I'm putting on red. This red relates to my name, Kiwanuka, and the fire. And when Pastor Sempa says fire, I'm happy. We eat fire. Okay. So that is how we relate to some of these concepts. Let us leave it at that. And then we move to Dr. Valence online. Dr. Valence, are you still online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, I can hear. Yes. Please respond to the comments and questions from the plenary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank all the plenary members.
Thank you.
I thank all the plenary members and participants for contributing and asking questions towards my presentation and other presentations. I'll try my best to explain what I meant. Some of the questions that sent to me. The first one from the chair, spiritual syncretism and their apostasy, and how does it relate to what we are talking now, and how is it practiced among the Chaga? I mean, we need first to understand. It's not easy. We are talking about spiritual syncretism now because these things are now working, and we have examples from different parts of Africa where these things are working. If we go down during the colonialism, this wasn't even an option. For them, they did not even believe that we have such kind of religious practices or spiritualism. Leave it alone to accept it. They were the first actually to advocate apostacy. And that's another reason why these things were robbed from our traditional healers, traditional priests, and individuals, because they were not given time, or nobody was believing in them. Now we have anyway that of putting together these things, although not yet very clear. We have evidence from Kilimanjaro where some individuals, even from the religious community, that they believe into the power of herbal healing. They believe into the traditional consultation, and therefore it brings together the contemporary communities and the modern religion. So it is really something that needs to be advocated. The second question was religious syncretism and why only Christianity. I didn't mean, when I say religious syncretism, I didn't only mean Christianity. I just drew my example from Christianity, but in fact I meant to bring all together Christian and whatever I call it religion, whether it is in presence religion, it's Christianity, it's Muslim, it's Buddhism, it's traditional religion, but all together they need to syncretize their practices and respect each individual as per their knowledge and contribution to the healing and health. The third question was about the artifact and regalia. This is a very good one. Held in the museums in Europe and America and outside our museums. Why do we maintain them? The presenter, the person asked the question, do they still represent the value? The former presenter here, and I said, put it very clear. These ethnographic objects are very sacred. They have multiple voices. They have a value, and the value is put and defined by the person who made and used that particular object, that particular regalia. So if I take your regalia right now and put it on, I may not know its value because I don't maybe subscribe to that. So it has to go direct to the family, to the community which was using it. And for
Dr. Valence, let us round it up.
Hello?
We are running short of time.
Thank you very much. So
I appreciate.
So I'll just finish with that. So I'm saying the value of an object, whether it's regalia, whether it's a spiritual tool, is viable and is important to the community which was, and that's why we say we have to respect each community with its practices and religious issues. The other one is what is the contribution of, or what is the academic contribution of the work that we are doing? And should we continue studying those colonial objects or ethnographic objects? There is huge contribution in terms of academics. We talk about the historical and cultural reconstruction. This colonialists, they looted, and I think it's the case in Uganda. We are talking about the Luzira head, which is 1,000 years old. It's a heritage, it's a Ugandan heritage. The research that we do into those objects, they contribute to understand our communities 1,000 years back before they were destructed. So there's really a very huge contribution academically. And then the last question that I want to address is why the colonialists took the objects, if they were all powerful, why the Africans allow them to operate. I don't think we have, or we need to doubt how powerful these objects were, or whether they were really healing people or not healing people. We have no doubt at all. First of all, we need to go back to the question of apostasy. How the colonialists looted these objects, how they banned some of them missionaries, some of them they will come and they think they are banning them, and they took them back to Europe. We should also ask ourselves, if they were going to ban them, why didn't they ban them? And their colleague just said, now they are returning them because they have failed to contain them. And to conclude, Chair, it is true they have failed to contain them. If you walk into those museum reports, those storage rooms, they are speaking to you. There are voices in there around about the power of those objects.
Thank you so much, Dr. Valens. Thank you. Let us end it there, Dr. Valens. And we continue with our program. No, please. Okay. That's enough.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, we are going to have responses from our two presenters, Dr. May and Professor Elizabeth. And thereafter we shall go online. I think we have neglected that audience. There could be somebody who wants to contribute online as well. Dr. May, you don't need to answer all the questions, but you have 2 minutes to do that. Please.
Thank you so much, Chair, once again. The first question was, what do you think about those anti-vaccinators? In response to this, I can't doubt my findings. So I cannot reject their views, and I want to say that it is all about their faith, belief, and trust. So eventually, where the study has so far found out that trust has got a big contribution towards their rejection of the practice of mass immunization. The second question is, did I put into consideration the reasons for rejection? I was only given little time, but in the study, respondents that do not trust the practice were asked. Indeed, I did put into consideration. And there is a long list of reasons for distrust. I'll only give a few: that they are not sure of the individual side effects. The teaching is only one-sided and only focuses on the positive effects or benefits. The practice is mainly influenced by political interests and many others that eventually lead to the distrust. And then the third question is, did you try to find out why there are so many mass immunization campaigns? Although this was out of my area of interest, but I presume that the major aim of immunization is to prevent than to cure. So while these diseases might not be so prevalent now, but it is a projection by the health workers that they are in the future environment might be rampant, so they choose to immunize them now for prevention. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor, please.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the simplest. Why did you choose the two museums? Purposes of scoping and manageability. That was our scope. Another question, like for Dr. Jackie, why are we sort of like trying to say that what is part of the colonial heritage is not part of Ugandan heritage? Actually, that is exactly what we are saying, that even if it was part of colonialism, it is part of our heritage, it's part of our past, it is part of our history. We cannot continue to neglect it. That's why I brought in that element of other, we know that in Ugandan, the Ugandan constitution allows other, I would say, communities, let me say the Rwandese, the Indians or Asians and all that as Ugandan nationals. So we should stop looking at Ugandan heritage to be that of the, what we call the indigenous communities within Uganda. We have heritage which is not necessarily rooted in Uganda initially. In terms of inclusivity and the issue of the artifacts, maybe saying, are they the ones requesting for their return? There are many issues right now. One of them is storage. Where do they keep them? Like Valens said, when you walk in these museums, they are stocked. We're in the new era of AI. Why do we need objects? Maybe they have already tapped information from them. They have already recorded them. They have digitized them. They have lots of information about these objects. And it is time right now, we are into the debate of restitution, where they are saying we should have these artifacts back. Many countries have had many of their objects returned. I know that in Uganda recently, last year, there was something, but they only returned ethnographic objects. There's a museum in the US. It has lots of Ugandan material. But surprisingly, the majority of these objects are human bones. And so when we started asking, how did all these people, was it a massive epidemic? How did these kind of bones come in? Were they killed or what? Then from there, communication was cut off. But initially, they will show us online, you know, we have these collections and all that. So we start asking so sensitive questions. They shy away from them. So they have a lot of collections in the US, especially in UK, because these are the people who have been collecting a lot of information from here and materials. And the time is now for some of these objects to be returned back to maybe their homeland. It's not only in Uganda. This is a global wave of restitution to decolonize the artifacts, the materials that are part of our history back. It has been done in West Africa, especially in the German colonies, and many countries like South Africa have, Rwanda here, returned thousands of these objects. And I think Uganda, we actually, I would say, lagging behind in this move. It's only these few small things under Peter Derrick's project that were brought back. But I can tell you that there are thousands of these collections. Most of the collections, like I said, that we have in the museums are duplicates, but the original objects are in their museums. And they collect millions of money. The Ghana Museum is under now what? Reconstruction. When it is completed, we want to have the original objects for people to learn from. And I'm happy to inform you that with support from the University of Harvard, we're going to do the inventory of the Uganda Museum as Kyambogo and record all these objects before they are taken back to the shelves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We have 1 hour to 5:30, and there is a panel to come here which should have ended by 5:30. But as I noted, we should not do injustice to the people online. ICT, in case there are any charts, please can you display them on screen? ICT, please, in case there are charts from this panel, can you display them on screen? Our people online, you can raise up your hand and then we shall select you for a comment, please.
Hello.
Hello. Your name and comment, please.
Hello.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I'm using my phone, so I couldn't see the icon to raise the hand. That's why I just said to aging like this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Shazike, for the presentation that you led. I'm really grateful because I wasn't able to be in Uganda physically at the moment. But I also want to put emphasis on this issue that people are talking about museums in the Western side who are returning the objects to Africa with the claim, there's a claim, some would say that because they are failing to contain them. For me, I don't think it's about them failing to contain these objects. And like someone has said that they've already recorded some information about this. But you can also see that since people are talking about the issues of decolonization, and these Western people are the ones who also want to get involved to talk about decolonization, they also need to prove that they are also, or they can also practice what they are preaching. So in a way, the way for them to kind of agree to return the object, it's a way of trying to say, okay, we are reconciliating with you people, let's get in the phase of reconciliation, and we can do this by action. But you can see that this cannot be 100%, as in most cases, whenever they are returning these objects, you can see it's not 100%. Rather, they are telling you that they are loaning those objects to you. And it's funny, like, how can you steal from me and then you agree that you actually stolen something from me, but you are not returning it back to me 100%, you are rather loaning that object to me. It doesn't really make sense, because in most cases where these repatriation issues are being talked about, it's not about 100% repatriation or restitution of this object. They are claiming that they are lending those objects back to the people, to the original owners of those objects. So in some way, there's still a lot of things to be discussed about this repatriation issue. And then secondly, someone asked me a question about the implication of rethinking museum practices. Like, what is the implication of rethinking or reimagining museum practices? Okay, so there are issues whereby you see, because of the disciplines and the systems that were enforced by colonialism, the people, even those non-white people, the indigenous people who are getting these positions in museums, they have this tendency to have the authority to say, okay, me, because I have this scientific knowledge about this thing, which they have acquired maybe through their research work, they still find themselves being the voice for the people. But then this thing of reimagining museum practice, they need to share this authority or to shift it and engage the communities who made these objects, so that in a way the representation is truthful and make those people be the voice of their own objects, than rather asking someone who is not part of their heritage to talk about those objects on their behalf. So that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for that enlightenment and for the campaign for repatriation. I think it has been an engaging discussion this afternoon. I am with the view that we cannot take it any more beyond this. To my brother Sekaja, I was just meaning, if you are Muslim, be Muslim. If you are Christian, be Christian. Because Christianity and Islam believe in one God. And then when you begin chasing other little gods seeking for healing, there is a problem. That's why I was saying I am happy with Dr. Professor Kiwanuka, because he has choice. So he has chosen African spirituality. And that's why I said I have a problem with people who advocate chasing for the other gods, for healing and etc. And then they are putting on hats, or they are putting on rosaries. You understand? But I'm not saying that I can really competently sustain the conversation about these things. It was just an idea I was trying to bring in. Okay, thank you for having such a very, very great audience and for the engagement. We have it for the next time. Thank you.
Yes, let us give it up for this panel. Thank you very much, Dr. Bamutraki and your team, for able taking us through that session. And because of time, let me straight away invite Sister Dr. Teresa Namirembe to constitute her team of panelists and take us through the last session of the day. Let us welcome Doctor. Please don't get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkwana. And members, you're welcome to this final session of our discussion today under this big theme of faith and health in our lives this time. With me, I have two panelists who are going to discuss and to present to us also great things, great material that protects, that concerns our lives. And may I take the opportunity to invite Reverend Father Dr. Charles Lwanga-Ssekabira. There he comes, to come to the panel. And I will also invite another panelist to also sit at this end. Meanwhile, this is Dr. Mutiti from Kenya. You're welcome. I will begin with Dr. Father Charles Lwanga-Ssekabira, and you'll be the first one to present. Father Lwanga, Dr. Father Lwanga is Dean of Studies, St. Mary's National Seminary, Gaba. He is a lecturer of moral theology and doctorate. He has a doctorate in sacred theology and moral theology from the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross, Rome. He's a Catholic priest belonging to the Archdiocese of Kampala. Father, you're welcome. He has a BA in Social and Philosophical Studies of Makerere University. Father, you are welcome.
Thank you. I'm very much delighted to be here, and I thank you for the invitation, because I must say I have not only come here to share knowledge, what I have, but also to gain knowledge, and it has been so interesting. Where I teach, I face an audience, so to say, that will actually, they have to believe in what I'm telling them. It's like preaching to the converted. But it is also good to meet an audience where I should get some converts, in that sense of getting the ideas that I have to stress here. When I was invited, at first I never responded positively, because when I read in the intersection of faith and healing practices in East Central Africa, it appeared something that was very wide and that I had never thought of looking at. With the healing practices, I said, what have I to do with the herbal medicine, with the spirits, with divination, and so on and so forth. But when I read into the sub-themes, at least I was touched by that sub-theme that at least dealt with medical knowledge, bioethics. And I said, yes, there must be something here important, a relationship between faith and health that can lead to actually good health and well-being. So to move in the faith and science and looking at theology and biomedical ethics for holistic health and well-being. it is interesting that the presenters about African spiritualism, Dr. Yahaya and Prince Wasajja, I have noted that there is always a relationship between health or treatment with some supernatural power. You can call it God, you can call it something, but there is something above which we are responsible and that is responsible for that healing. That means there is some connection that we must look for and to know why that connection is there. So I came up with this, with the heading, The Nexus of Faith and Science, Theology and Biomedical Ethics for Holistic Health and Well-Being in East Central Africa. The indispensable nexus between theology and biomedical sciences is pivotal for promoting good health and well-being, particularly within the context of East Central Africa, where faith and healing practices intersect. The WHO Constitution, World Health Organization Constitution, states that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. This is a wonderful and noble aspiration, so long as well-being or good health is not conceived in a hedonistic sense, but in reference to moral, spiritual, and religious values, without which this aspiration would bring negative consequences on health itself. So, good health and well-being must necessarily go hand in hand with values. For this reason, the concept of health should go hand in hand with faith, which gives a complete anthropological vision that considers respect for the life and dignity of the person and of every person as indispensable values. The search for health cannot therefore neglect the ontological value of the person and his or her personal dignity. What does that mean? That even where we talk of physical or mental health, even where physical or mental health is deficient, the person retains his or her full dignity. So it is upon this basis that this article explores how theological doctrines and medical knowledge converge to address contemporary health challenges, emphasizing the role of bioethics in navigating moral issues arising from modern biomedical technologies. How can we talk of good health and well-being in a way that we maintain values? We keep the dignity of the person and also we take note of the value of human life. Faith and medical knowledge. The medical profession as we know it today originated in Greco-Roman culture. The first known code of medical ethics is the Hippocratic Oath, which probably originated with the pagan Pythagorean sect. This was a traditional oath of ethics that physicians took to do no harm to patients, swearing by a number of healing gods. I think these are still in line with our brothers, the healing gods. They are responsible. Health must go hand in hand with faith if you are to talk of good health and well-being. After all, I cannot have good health and there can't be any social well-being if I'm not in good terms with my God. Because there are things that I do, and when I see that they are contradicting what I ought to do, how I ought to behave before my Creator or my God, there is the remorse of the conscience. That's why some people have what we call even they are sick mentally, because they are not settled. They have offended, or they have gone beyond the limits. Unsurprisingly, this oath was transmitted to our age in a Christianized form. It was foundational to the development of the ethics of healthcare by the Christian religious orders who founded the first hospitals and Christian theologians. And from here, medical ethics was introduced to provide adequate knowledge of the dogma, what the church teaches, and morality, so that professional practices in matters of health may be in conformity with the principles of faith. And so, medical ethics provides the moral principles in the practice of clinical medicine and research. These are a set of values that professionals can refer to in the case of any confusion or conflict. And globally, the core principles of medical ethics are crucial because they act as a focal guiding point to aid in dialogues and decision-making related to planning, monitoring, implementing, and forecasting all activities that aim at respecting human dignity, rights, and health. Thus, these principles should be used as a mechanism of wisdom, enhancement to improve people's health and well-being. These principles of ethics in medical profession are beneficence, non-maleficence, autonomy, and justice. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go so much into the details of these, but beneficence, the obligation of the physician to do good, to act for the benefit of the patients. The principle of non-maleficence is the obligation of the physician not to harm the patient. Autonomy is the principle that every human being of adult years and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his own body. Justice is the principle of fairness in all medical decisions. Now, this is what I want to point out here. Why I tried to show how faith and medicine worked together, whereby faith keeps the physician's mind focused on the values of life as he or she practices her profession. Faith as an encounter with the absolute shapes human understanding of rights, duties, and the inherent value of life, thus influencing the decisions regarding health and well-being. In fact, we cannot fail to see the influence of faith on medical choices in the first medical code of ethics to the present medical ethics. Faith and healing practices are always moving together. And it is within this context that theology and biomedical sciences converge to address contemporary health challenges arising from modern biomedical technologies, to ascertain that professional conduct always remains in conformity with faith-based principles. So now we move from medical ethics to bioethics.
Some 5 minutes to go.
Theology and biomedical sciences. To begin with, current bioethics is fragmented into a variety of ethical methodologies because we live in an increasingly secularized healthcare and multicultural environment, where persons may have various ethical views and therefore no agreement on a common value system. I think this also happens with the traditional healers, the herbalists, then those who went spiritualism, and it was noted by Pastor Sempa that when it comes to treatment, herbal treatment, we agree because people have used the herbs and they have healed. We had Brother Anatoli who was using herbs, but then was contrary to some of the ideas that were presented by some of you who give herbal medicine and at the same time do things like you throw the shells and then you say, this is the information I give you. So that irreconcilable differences in the gods we follow. This is the same thing also as far as bioethics is concerned, because what might be of value to me or to the Christian faith might not be of value to the other faith. So here I have to mention that there are various methodologies. But in this article, I engage Christian ethics of health care, which has its foundations both in faith and in human reason. So this ethics takes the perspective of the relationship of theology and biomedicine, where faith and reason inform science. So this is the relationship in theology and biomedical sciences. These make up this Christian bioethics: faith and human reason. In fact, human reason enlightened by faith informs science. But this is not a kind of one way. These inform each other, though the aspect of faith maintains the value of the person in focus for this physician. Bioethics partly came from medical ethics after discovering that some totalitarian regimes after World War II were using the medical doctors to carry out experiments on human life. There was a need to set up precise regulations for these medical doctors. And in these circumstances, the World Medical Association was established in 1947 with the aim of promoting and protecting the Hippocratic Oath and to prevent further deviations from the medical standards. Important to note also is the Hastings Institute in Garrison, New York. This was founded in 1969 to address ethical issues in healthcare, science, and technology. The term bioethics began to replace the term pastoral or medical ethics early in 1971, fostered by the realization that healthcare decisions are not the monopoly of the medical profession, nor are ethical questions the monopoly of the clergy. This implied that moral decisions in health issues required the intersection of faith and science. So bioethics developed as a discipline where the two converge to deal with moral questions brought about by the intervention on human life, in particular from the use of biotechnology. Bioethics here then is a systematic reflection on the new problems of life in the biomedical field with the aim of establishing the legality or illegality of actions on human life. Among the elements that favored the growth of this discipline were the necessity to establish in the sphere of biomedical sciences new ethical regulations in support of the Hippocratic Oath, the coming up of new moral challenges in connection or due to modern technology like the artificial procreation, genetic engineering, genetic modifications, transplant, in vitro fertilization. We have the surrogacy. All these are important questions to a believer when they have to take action before a physician. But even for the physician to take responsibility when carrying them out.
Father, conclude.
Okay. So, what is important here is to note that the changing social and cultural conditions demanded even just more than the distinction of what was licit or illicit, good or bad. For such distinction could just be futile if not founded in a wider discussion on the question concerning the sense, anthropological meaning, and then the value of existence, which is achieved in bioethics that brings together theology and biomedical sciences, making an incorporation of a faith component with biomedicine to give meaningful ethical orientation and appreciation of the value of life. So, the ontological sacredness of the human person is the bedrock of Christian anthropology. So, in the relationship between biotechnology and faith, that is a very important aspect that the physician must keep in mind, so that technology serves us and we do not become the object of this technology. Theology and biomedical ethics move together for holistic health and well-being, where faith and healing do not outdo each other. From our faith, we know that health is a gift from God and at the same time a task for humanity. We have the moral duty to take good care of our health and to prepare people to deal positively with sickness. Prevention is a moral obligation as an integral part of healthcare. In all the above, we need to appreciate, defend, and enhance health using the available means like biotechnology, but in a responsible way as a people accountable to God. This is the only way we can talk of good health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Charles, for the presentation. We will go straight to the second presenter, Mr. Mutiti Waithainji. Mr. Mutiti is a Kenyan. He's a Christian, a husband, and a father. He's a career educationist with a service in university teaching. Currently, Mr. Mutiti is teaching at the University of Kabianga, Kericho, Kenya. He teaches philosophy of religion and has research interest in religion and health, religion and public life, and especially of the Dharmic religious traditions. Mr. Mutiti, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, sister, for the wonderful invitation. Fellow colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you very much to be here. I'm happy I finally managed to be here at the invitation of my academic mentor, Professor Emma Wildwood. She brought this to my attention and I decided to come in. I'm happy to be here. I'm focusing on reimagining health and spiritual wellness in the light of Prison's apostolic work in Kenya, in the backdrop of the intersection of faith and healing practices in East Africa. I begin on the premise that the integration of spiritual wellness in health practices is important and has received a lot of attention from academic scholars and practitioners. Listening to us throughout this morning, up to now, we realize that there is a strong connection between the health of individuals and their faith or their belief system. There is a strong interconnection between your faith and your spirit. From a philosophical point of view, your existential thinking, your existential value has a strong bearing on the kind of wellness that you are likely to enjoy. So I set out to investigate the role of faith in the spiritual wellness of prisoners. I presumed that a prisoner who is an offender is basically somebody who is sick. Is somebody whose morals and whose values have an issue. So, how would religion, how would the faith of an individual in such a situation help them to rethink about themselves, about their lives, and in the process become responsible members of the society? I've looked palliative And in this sense, I was interested, I continue to be interested in the role of the faith-based groups in ameliorating the status of those in prison. I've noted that the church religious organizations in Kenya, they participate in the apostolic prisons ministry. They offer material medicine. They offer other forms of support such as counseling, etc. Muslims do the same. Even the Asian religions that are present in Kenya do the same. And in my reflection, I'm thinking that the role of these faith-based groups is crucial in handling the health and the wellness of those who are incarcerated. I've looked at the role of the faith-based initiatives in addressing health and wellness in Kenya. And more so, I was focusing on the aspects of inmates. Of course, I've looked at this, the practice of Christianity and the other religions in the backdrop of African belief system. Because even to the African belief system, it talks to this issue of offenders and what can be done to them. There is a process of trying to rehabilitate and reintegrate offenders in the community. And it has some bearing on faith.
For him again. He was forgiven because that is the spirit of the religious faith, especially Christianity. These people need love. They need to be forgiven. And in the process, we are imagining that this person, even one of them, can probably get to see the light and become good individuals. We have cases of people who are hardcore criminals. Some of you may have heard of a former prisoner by the name of Kibera, again from Kenya. This fellow was stealing all the coffins that were burying people. Today he is a preacher. And once he, to cut the long story short, he gives an experience of how he changed. One day they stole a coffin. Police caught up with them. He entered inside the coffin. This is how he got saved. All the other thieves were shot, but him, because he had plunged himself into that empty coffin, he was able to survive. Today he's a preacher. So it is not lost that even those hardcore criminals can turn into being good people. And it is true. Some people use religion for material gain. They may even listen to those preachers because they want the goodies that they are giving them. But if you want to trap a chicken, you throw some grains to it, and before it knows, it is near you. Maybe even if this is an approach of the people evangelizing to them, they could be giving them some goodies, they could be helping them, but in the process, that value of generosity will be taught to them, and maybe the value of not doing wrong to others is likely to be inculcated in the process. And we have studies that have shown that religion has made some people not to relapse back into crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my presenters of this session and the plenary. I would like to give back the mic to Mr. Dr. Mukwana. And then I dissolve this and then thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Dr. Teresa and the panelists for taking us through this last session of the day. Dear colleagues, we are humbled that you've given us the opportunity to lead you. We hope we've led you well and you're happy. We are going to take a very quick photograph in front here. And after that, we get a networking tea. There is networking tea behind there. You take a cup of tea and you leave at will. If you network, you get to know my brother from Malawi, from Kenya, and my brother from Kigali, and our sister there from Edinburgh. That's how I heard her pronounced Edinburgh. Oh, okay. The convener said that bigger networking will be tomorrow. For now, let us take a picture and then have our tea. Thank you so much and God bless. We keep time tomorrow. We begin same time. 8 registration, 9 research keynote presentations. Is Johnson kind there to come and organize this? Johnson or the picture moment? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the photographer is here. Let us get in front here. And
ladies and gentlemen, let us arrange ourselves for the photo. In a minute, we take it and then we will revert back to the water. Thank you very much. Okay.
Lost and found keys. Lost and found keys. If you have your keys missing, please come pick them. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Ozigengende okubaliriza takyana kiwala ekyo kyankuba kyeneekisaba tugende nkire nekiŋŋamba kisooke ewaka nekindaka ne masi mu kifaananyi nekindaka ne daki mu bifaananyi neyinga okulaba nga takyamanyi zibitandika awo kwentuza nekiŋŋamba kisi kisooke ewaka obuzibu obuze nga nkiwaka nga ngenda mukikwatuba kinjere Someone
Est-ce qu'on réfléchit? Mais il y a moi, n'a pas réagi. Ah, d'accord, quelle activité? Na kwa hiyo sababu sisi ndio wana mwana kwa wale nafanya kama Mungu ananitaka yako ni nakama Esa makombo Iwaya eza lakini kwa ya kwa Elo e koma ni seki Esika ya rame
Esika babale salamaka. Esika ya matone. Musaki kuma. Ah! Piasha. Kali mkamoto dengeni jipapa. Tina moto. Nakuma paina kwa pambana. Toshiri. Napo wakati. Mubega yo nyacha. Na mitia na kata familia yo. Mikoti sana. Piasha. Piasa. Usika kaboyete. Yeah. Bye. Second about the waiting. Sono preferito usare come posso dire freedom watching. We are managed freedom and a school out. In with some Father, I put it out on us some something here we are one watching. Yes, chapter and on machine. Saving so people private view. So I don't know if it to which is a romance good. Look out this point on so no can't get oh man. Take Yanzirano kangamba mukwane takiza kote mubukini doja napone omoti kutaka kunge omoti ono mukinganda na ensoma ona buku amuri binafta akademici ofisi ajenge ono kemura embakos Nemba kusomero naenda winga kumanye shule kumeno kada kwa ngete kusana akota akifata bati kulitsa tuka watu napa niwakawe wanje nange kusala wo efuna kalimoni kola kalimona yata kalimota kuka kalim nakatewo ngamina ndiwa kekika Yep. Usawasori chirimani kutasane tida afufuka mkwano chirimani Suka watu kimo mfaki na yajaji we are sure wesamusoni kirimani tutasale kida avubuka mukwano kirimani olwatuba batulimba atulimba naye kyatuyamba abakazi into y'obusembeepapu ekyenkusaba tobawe kyekiwana ava tebuuka ku kye kyonna kyali the microphone has its market and she's a brand new Joanne, but one idea on that's the make it the one that then could translate. So you were in that from society, Shivana. But was it for